Chapter 225. He looked at the other three and said, I've received 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first? The bad news first, Drac said first. This morning, not long after the grain transport team returned to Talii left the swamp, they were attacked by Crotone's 300 sailors. The freedmen who were escorting the supplies were caught off guard, resulting in 50 casualties and a large number of pack beasts being lost. Before our soldiers arrived, the enemy had already escaped to their ships anchored by the shore. The Devers read aloud, 300? The number of Crotone's people participating in the attack is increasing. They are getting bolder. I remember we have a garrison near the swamp. Capys said in surprise, Perhaps that's why the guards let their guard down. The Devers said with a serious expression, We must learn from this lesson and make sure it doesn't happen again. Capys and Dracos clenched their fists and nodded firmly. What's worse is that we don't have a fleet. Otherwise, we wouldn't have let the Crotone attack our villages and kill our people so easily. Drax said angrily. Everyone was helpless about this. Dionia was a new alliance after all. It had only been established for less than a year. The navy was not like the army. As long as they had people, weapons, and strict training, they could be deployed to the battlefield in a few months. It would take at least 3 months to build a warship for the navy, especially the main warship, the Triple Lord warship. Even if it was sped up, it would still need nearly 200 sailors, an experienced helmsman, and so on, after training, breaking in, and then familiarizing themselves with the warship. It would still take a few more months for the warship to have combat effectiveness. Therefore, the Navy was an expensive force that consumed time, money, and manpower. A small city-state could not afford it. With the current strength of the Dionia alliance, money and manpower were not a big problem. What they lacked the most was time. After the war with Crotone, the Devers had secretly listed the establishment of the Navy as the most important development of the alliance. Master Devers, what's the good news? Avenogis asked. Devers smiled. Locke has sent troops to attack Corinna. Just like what you've said, under these circumstances, Crotone might consider negotiating with us again. If it still doesn't move, the Devers' voice suddenly became as cold as the wind. I will order Hieronymus to send troops across the Tecanati River and destroy all the farmlands, villages, canals, and other facilities outside Ciudad Crotone. I will force the people of Crotone to negotiate. On the morning of the following day, Lysias and Sesprotes entered the main tent of the army of Dionia. Devers looked at the two of them and said with a smile, Master Lysias, I said that we would meet again. I didn't expect it to come true so soon. Lysias ignored the Devers' ridicule and said with a serious expression, Master Devers, the Crotone Council has agreed to give up Cremissa and hand him over to Dionia to deal with. They are also willing to pay a certain amount of money to promote peace. As for disbanding the Crotone alliance, Lysias paused, considering how to use words to better persuade the Devers. However, Sesprotes continued, The council has agreed to disband the alliance in principle, but now Locke is attacking Corinna. Based on the century-long friendship between Corinna and Crotone, Crotone must provide assistance to Corinna. With the identity of the leader of the alliance, it will be beneficial for Crotone to gather citizens, form an army, reinforce Corinna, and defeat Locke. After defeating them, we will disband. Sesprotes suddenly choked with sobs and could not continue. Crotone's century-long hegemony in Greece was established by the ancestors of Crotone through many bloody battles. Now it was going to be in vain. How could he not be emotional? Lysias, who was originally complaining that Sesprotes had revealed all his trump cards to the enemy as soon as they met and that it was completely stupid, was now filled with sadness. Crotone does not need to disband the alliance. The first sentence that the Devers said was beyond their expectations. Looking at the surprised expressions of the two, the Devers continued, In fact, Dionia can immediately release the tens of thousands of Crotone citizens. Lysias and Sesprotes looked at each other, not daring to believe their ears. "But I have a condition," the Devers slowly said. "Dionia does not have the habit of returning what they have obtained." Lysias reacted quickly. "You mean Asprustum?" The Devers smiled. "Not only this." He walked to the map, stretched out his finger, and pointed to a place. "Our Dionia army has already started to build camp here." Lysias stepped forward to take a look and could not help but gasp. "You still want the land on the north bank of the Neto River?" "It's not that I want it, but this is a condition that must be met in order for Dionia to negotiate peace." The Devers said seriously, "Crotone is aggressive by nature. They launched 2 wars against Turiae and the Dionia alliance, burning Turiae, plundering wealth, and wantonly slaughtering the people of Dionia. Driven by the goddess of vengeance, we fought back bravely. With Hades' blessing, we were able to obtain victory after victory without a hitch. The people of Dionia are very confident. They want Crotone to suffer the pain of being burned once again. If there are no rich spoils of war, our people will never agree to negotiate with you. Many people have suggested sending these 10,000 captives to mining, just like how Syracuse dealt with the captives of Athens." The Devers' tone made Sesprotus' hair stand on end. Of course, he knew what happened to the captives of Athens. He said with a trembling voice, "Asprustum and the land on the north bank of the Neto River are almost one of the 3 territories of Crotone. If they are all given to Dionia, what will happen to the people of Crotone who originally lived on these lands? The council will never agree to it. The 2 wars have caused Crotone and Asprustum to lose at least 20,000 lives. Most of the land should have been abandoned. Moving the people to Ciudad Crotone, replenishing the manpower, and redistributing the land that lacks labor force. I think this is a good way to reorganize Crotone. At the same time, we can reach peace with Dionia. We can also let the returning people of Crotone form an army again to help Corunna and defeat Rockley. This is a good thing," the Devers said in a deep voice. His words seemed to have some kind of temptation, causing Sesprotus to nod involuntarily. He subconsciously looked at Lysias, and Lysias shook his head slightly. Sesprotus opened his mouth, but no words came out. Then he fell into silence. "Of course, you can go back and discuss it slowly. I'm not in a hurry at all. Perhaps in a few days, the one standing in front of me will not be you, but Rockley. As long as we can cooperate with Dionia, I don't think Rockley will care about how much land of Crotone is divided," the Devers said slowly with an indifferent expression. Lucius and Sesprotus felt cold all over. Sesprotus hurriedly said, "Honorable Devers, giving all the land on the north bank of the Neto River to Dionia is indeed difficult for the council to agree, but part of the land, I think it can be given to you. As for the specific amount, we can discuss it later. As for Asprustum—" Hearing this, the Devers interrupted him rudely. "Asprustum must be controlled by Dionia. This is not negotiable. This is to prevent Crotone from going back on their word again, tearing up the agreement and starting a war." Sesprotus stood awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Lucius let out a long sigh in his heart. Sesprotus's easy compromise, incompetence, and weakness made him speechless. But this was the council's choice. In fact, Lucius also understood that Crotone had been completely passive since the start of the war. Even if he was confident that Dionia's army would not be able to break through Ciudad Crotone, and could even force Dionia to retreat in the end. So what? Farmland, villages, and town facilities were all destroyed, and there was a lack of young citizens. It would be a long process for Crotone to return to its previous prosperity. But the grim situation did not allow Crotone to have the luxury of time, and the panicked people did not have the determination to fight to the end. Therefore, compromising in exchange for peace and reducing losses for the future revival was the council's best choice. After thinking this through, Lucius no longer hesitated. Asprustum is the northern barrier of Crotone. If it falls into the hands of the enemy, it will only make the people of Crotone more uneasy. I think even if the council agrees, the citizens' assembly will oppose it. In that case, you have rejected Dionia's conditions for the peace talks. The Devers looked at Lucius stiffly. Sesprotus anxiously tugged at Lucius' clothes. Lucius said calmly, "The people of Crotone oppose the enemy's possession of Asprustum, but they will not necessarily oppose it being occupied by an ally." Ally. The Devers, who had been calm and steady in controlling the pace of the negotiation, was also a little surprised. Chapter 226. Sesprotus stood there with his mouth wide open. The Devers rubbed his chin, which had only a little beard, and fell into deep thought. Becoming an alliance was indeed a good move. The biggest obstacle to getting the Crotone people to agree to cede Asprustum and the land on the north bank of the Neto River was the security of Crotone. Becoming an alliance would remove this obstacle, because the people of Great Greece now knew that the Archon of Dionia had always been known for keeping his promises. The weakened Crotone after the war could instead rely on the protection of Dionia. So did Dionia need this alliance? Of course. With so much new land, just the immigration, administrative management, and the formation of new defense forces would take a relatively long time. The most worrying problem was that the immigrants would clash with the Crotone people near the border, or even start a war again. With this alliance, the people of Dionia could rest assured to slowly annex, assimilate, and stabilize this piece of land. Therefore, an alliance was the best choice for both sides. The Devers looked at Lucius carefully with a complicated expression. He thought to himself, his own city is being bullied, and in the face of the enemy he hates, he can actually come up with a clever proposal to form an alliance with the enemy. It is difficult to do this without a strong determination to keep calm and rational. Seeing that the Devers did not speak and kept looking at him, Lucius was a little flustered. So he urged, "Does Lord Devers agree to this proposal?" The Devers came back to his senses and kept his face calm. What kind of alliance? The Dionia alliance in Crotone will form a separate offensive and defensive alliance, Lucius said in a deep voice. The Devers pondered for a moment and understood that Lucius was playing a trick. He did not want the forces of Dionia to enter the Crotone alliance and affect the allies of Silatina, Trine, Corunna, and other Crotone states. The Devers did not care about this. He firmly believed that as long as they were strong enough, there would naturally be city-states that would come to them. The Dionia alliance can only form a defensive alliance with Crotone. The Devers responded calmly. It was not a problem for the Dionia alliance to protect Crotone, but to help Crotone expand, such as, in the future, when Crotone attacks Rockley, Dionia would also have to follow the alliance agreement and lead troops to participate. Of course, the Devers would not do such a stupid thing, and Lucius, who was in a weak position, could only agree. The negotiations lasted until the afternoon, and a preliminary draft was reached. First, the Dionia alliance in Crotone would form a defensive alliance. Putting this in the first place was to appease the people of Crotone. Second, Dionia would release all the soldiers of the Crotone alliance unconditionally and let them return to Crotone. Third, Crotone would transfer the city of Asprustum and half of the land in the northern plains of the Neto River, mainly the land near Cromissa, to the Dionia alliance. Fourth, Crotone would pay a one-time payment of 500 talent to help the people of Dionia smoothly migrate to Asprustum. The alliance agreement was finally set to be valid for 5 years. The Devers initially requested for the alliance agreement to be valid for 2 years, but it was Lucius who strongly requested for it to be increased to 5 years. Compared to the situation when the agreement was reached half a year ago, it showed that the positions of power between the two sides had changed. The agreement did not mention Cromissa. The Devers believed that Cromissa was a neutral city-state and did not belong to the Crotone alliance, so Crotone did not have the right to discuss it. On the other hand, Lucius considered that to minimize the impact of the agreement on the people of Crotone, he even changed the compensation to aid. Of course, it was best not to mention Cromissa if possible. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the city of Asprustum and half of the land in the northern plains of the Neto River belonged to Dionia, and Cromissa was already surrounded by Dionia. It had no other choice. Lucius and Sesprotus returned to Cremissa. Myron immediately asked Lucius about the negotiations. Lucius was afraid of causing more trouble, so he said that the negotiations had just begun and that some of the conditions proposed by the people of Dionia needed to be discussed by the council before they could decide. Then he hurriedly boarded the ship and left Cremissa. Myron felt uneasy. With the fall of Asplustum and the declaration of war by Rockley, Crotone did not have much choice now. It all depended on how harsh the conditions of Dionia were. Even more uneasy were the people of Cremissa. Although they were trapped in the city, what happened in the outside world could not escape their ears and eyes through the port. Lucius appeared in the city many times. What was he doing here? They also knew in their hearts that a small city-state was struggling to survive in the middle of a large city-state, so they were quite sensitive to the situation. The chief general of Cremissa, Antares, had taken the initiative to look for Lucius once. Lucius avoided the topic and did not have an in-depth discussion about the fate of Cremissa. Myron had also been avoiding him recently, intentionally or unintentionally. All these made Antares feel that the peace talks this time were very unfavorable for Cremissa. Cremissa fully supported Crotone, but in the end it might be abandoned by Crotone. Antares felt his heart ache at the thought of this. Therefore, after secretly discussing with Eurypus, Predes, and the others, he decided not to sit still and wait for death. Instead, he took the initiative to contact Dionia and find a way out for Cremissa. Although the defense of the whole city was handed over to the people of Crotone, Cremissa was the local tyrant here after all. They sent someone to sneak out of the city in the middle of the night, pass through the blockade, and arrive at Dionia's camp. After he expressed his intention, the guards brought him to the Devers. Cremissa wants to surrender. The Devers had a mocking smile. Your whole city is controlled by the people of Crotone. What benefits will your surrender bring me? The person was speechless for a moment. Seeing that the Devers did not seem to care, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, We, Cremissa, still have more than 300 citizens who can fight. When you attack the city, we are willing to attack the people of Crotone from the back and help you take over the city of Cremissa. Then when the war is over, the people of Cremissa will continue to maintain their neutrality. The Devers looked at him and said playfully, No, no. The person shook his head hurriedly. By then, Cremissa would have already offended Crotone. How could he still maintain his neutrality? Cremissa is willing to join the Dionia alliance. It's too late. The Devers said with a serious expression, We don't need you to do anything risky, and we don't need Cremissa to join the Dionia alliance either. There is only one way to deal with the Cremissa. The Devers' tone became heavier and said firmly, Become a part of the Dionia alliance. The people of Cremissa will become citizens of the Dionia alliance. Then the land and property of the people of Cremissa will be protected. The generals and councillors of Crimea will also be elected by the Dionia Senate, and some of them will become members of the Senate. When Lucius and Sesprotus read out the draft of the covenant in the Crotone Council, they thought that it would incite anger and debate among the people. But in fact, there were not many objections. This was because just before Lucius returned, the army of Dionia once again appeared in the core area of Crotone. They showed off their might and destroyed a village outside the city. The members of the council witnessed everything from above the city. At the request of the people, they hastily gathered a few thousand people out of the city to stop them. In the end, they were easily defeated and fled back to the city. Fortunately, the soldiers of Dionia did not take advantage of the victory to attack the city. Instead, they took the initiative to retreat. One could imagine the frustration in the hearts of the people of Crotone. In addition, on the surface, this was not a truce agreement for the defeated, but an alliance agreement to help each other. Although part of the land had been transferred, most of the people of Crotone felt lucky to be able to successfully welcome back the captive citizens of Crotone and form an alliance with Dionia. The Archon Devers of Dionia, who had defeated Crotone twice, had deeply frightened them. Some people even believed the rumor that the Devers were descendants of the gods and were blessed by Hades. Now that they could no longer be enemies of Dionia, which had the Devers, but had become allies, everyone was relieved. Some people even suggested that since the alliance agreement had been signed, could they invite Dionia to send troops to the south with the army of Crotone to repel Locri. At the end of January 398 BC, the Archon Devers of Dionia and the general of Crotone, Lysias, formally signed the alliance agreement after sacrificing a lamb to Apollo outside the city of Cromissa. The Second Crotone War had come to an end. After the news of the end of the war spread, many of the soldiers of Crotone in the city of Cromissa cheered. During this period of time when they fought against Dionia, they had always dominated Greece, but they had never won. This huge blow had greatly reduced their morale. One could imagine how depressed they were. Now, they could finally remove the boulder that had been pressing down on their hearts. See, this is the voice of the citizens. They are tired of fighting against Dionia. This scene made Lysias sigh. It was also in response to Myron's previous complaints about him compromising too much during the talks. Through the window, Myron looked at the soldiers on the street as they threw away their shields and spears in relief and ran to restaurants to drink wine. It was as if they had won the war. He was speechless for a long time. At this time a guard came in. "General, Antaeus is asking when we will leave." Chapter 2:27. Myron, the people of Cromissa are now citizens of the Dionia alliance. Lysias sighed. Myron's roar stopped abruptly. Breathing heavily, he kicked over the wooden chair by the window and strode out of the room. News of Myron's anger quickly reached Antares' ears, but he did not care at all. Previously, when the people they sent to contact Dionia brought back the Devers' request, the generals of Cromissa were hesitant to join the Dionia alliance. It was the resolute Antares who insisted and finally convinced everyone to agree to the Devers' request. "Eurypus, take 100 citizen soldiers to guard the temple and prevent the soldiers of Crotone from robbing our treasury when they retreat. Predes, you too, take 100 citizen soldiers to guard the granary. I'll go with the others to find Lysias and see if we can get some of the supplies that the Crotone have piled up at the port. After staying in Cromissa for so long, the people of Crotone have to pay for their accommodation." Antares said fiercely, "What about the people? The soldiers of Crotone might also go to their homes to cause trouble." Someone asked anxiously, "Didn't the Devers already announce that Cromissa will be merged into Dionia? Let every family engrave the words, 'I am now a citizen of Dionia,' on their wooden door. Let's see which Crotone person dares to risk starting another war and rob the citizens of Dionia." After Antares finished speaking, the people around him looked awkward and fell into silence. Cromissa, which had been independent for decades, was going to be merged into the Dionia alliance. Dionia would govern the city of Cromissa in a direct manner. This meant that most of the original members of the Cromissa Council would lose their power. If not for the situation, they would not be willing to do so. In fact, some of the Cromissa people had already responded to Lucia's call and were willing to retreat to Crotone with the army. However, due to the promise made by the Devers and the rapid rise of Thurii and Amendola after their fall, most of the citizens of Cromissa who had been oppressed by the larger states were no longer willing to live such a life. Instead, they chose the winner of the war, the Dionia alliance. "Everyone, please buck up and work hard to do these things well." Seeing this, Antares loudly encouraged them. "We are not doing this for others, but for ourselves. As long as we can smoothly hand over a complete and resource-rich city of Cromissa to the Dionia alliance, and let them fully understand our sincerity and ability, more people may be selected to enter the Senate of Dionia and fight for more benefits for Cromissa in the future." In the afternoon, the first batch of ships filled with Crotone soldiers began to leave the port of Cromissa. Compared to the somewhat excited soldiers, Myron's expression was gloomy. When the city of Cromissa disappeared from his sight, he turned back and said to Lucius, The covenant you signed is to hand over the position of the overlord of Greece to Dionia with your own hands. From now on, Crotone will have to act according to Dionia's will." Lucius was silent for a moment, then said, "Then who caused all this?" The corner of Myron's mouth twitched, his expression bitter. "You'd better think about how to deal with the questioning of the council when you return," Lucius sighed. At the same time that the army of Crotone left Cremissa by ship, the Devers led the army into the city of Cremissa. Originally, he only wanted to bring a few people in symbolically, but he was opposed by his generals. For safety's sake, he was asked to bring half of the legion. Antares, Eurycpus, Pleads, and the rest of the people left behind by the Cremissa Council were all waiting outside the city to welcome them. The Dionia camp sounded a lively melody played by bugles and military drums. When the people of Cremissa were attracted by this music that they had never heard before, the soldiers of Dionia, dressed in neat military uniforms, marched in a neat manner to the rhythm of the melody, forming a long line of 4 columns, marching unhurriedly towards the city of Cremissa. At the forefront of the line was the captain of the Devers' guard, Marcius. He held up the military flag that represented the supreme commander of the army of Dionia. The statue of Pluto Hades was glittering and dazzling. Then came the band composed of the buglers and drummers of the army, followed by the thousands of outstanding soldiers selected from the 1st Legion, the 2nd Legion, and the Legio III. The flags of the legion, the squad, and the company were held high in the air at intervals, causing the long line of flags to flutter and shine. The soldiers were all smiling and had an imposing appearance, giving the people of Dionia the feeling that the people of Dionia were not here to show off and declare sovereignty, but to marry. Otherwise, the music would not be so cheerful and the colors would not be so gorgeous. The people of Cremissa even noticed that the soldiers of Dionia did not carry shields and spears. This surprised them, but they were also a little touched, because this was the trust that the people of Dionia had in Cremissa. The Devers and the other commanders, as well as Avenogis, did not ride horses. They walked in the middle of the line, surrounded by guards with red capes on their shoulders, so they were more eye-catching. The line stopped in front of the gate of the city of Cremissa. Antares and the others came to greet them, while the Devers also walked out of the line under the protection of the soldiers. Antares walked straight to the Devers, not because he had seen the Devers before, but because the news that the consul of Dionia was young had long spread throughout Greece, and it was obvious who was the youngest among the high-ranking commanders. "Lord Devers, former chief general of Cremissa, Antares, and former members of the council of Cremissa welcome your arrival." After saying that, he bowed respectfully. Some people behind him followed suit, while others stood silently. The Devers immediately returned the bow and said, "Thank you for your trust and support in the alliance of Dionia. The facts will prove that your choice is absolutely correct." "Oh, is that so? Then what will we gain by fully supporting Cremissa to join Dionia?" Someone interrupted. "Of course." The Devers ignored the strange tone of his voice and said loudly in a serious tone, "Become a citizen of Dionia, no matter where you go in Greece. You will be respected. Any act that dares to violate your rights, the alliance will seek justice for you, no matter if you are a noble or a commoner. You are brave and good at fighting, and you can constantly obtain land with your military achievements. You are outstanding, and you can finally become a senator in the Dionia Senate with your achievements. Even if you are an ordinary citizen, you will enjoy the convenience of life provided by the Alliance of Dionia. The cheap and highly skilled hospitals provide health insurance for the citizens. The smooth roads and bridges provide convenience for the citizens to travel and trade. The agricultural officers provide technical assistance to the citizens in farming. The commercial officers can apply for low-interest loans for your business. And we also have the well-trained public militia to ensure the safety of the territory. So, when you are familiar with the life in Dionia and understand the system and laws of Dionia, you will know how different it is from other city-states, and you will be proud to be a citizen of Dionia." At this moment, the Devers were obviously boasting and proud. The eyes of Antares, Eurypus, and the others were sparkling, and they seemed to be very moved, while some were thinking, "Oh, since Dionia is so good, then do we have a chance to become consul in the future?" At this time, someone said. As soon as this remark came out, Capys, Dracos, Hieronymus, and even Avenogis all widened their eyes. They all felt that the person who spoke had bad intentions, and was obviously criticizing the Devers. Most of Cremissa's people also changed their expressions, for fear that if they angered the Devers, they would do something bad to Cremissa. The Devers, on the other hand, looked calm. This was undoubtedly the most criticized thing about Dionia by other Greek city-states. He knew very well that Cremissa was, after all, different from Amendolara and Turin. These two cities were saved by the Devers when they were on the verge of destruction, and the people were grateful to them. At the same time, they needed strong protection, so there was not much objection to the Devers becoming lifelong consul of the alliance. In addition, the Devers had always been law-abiding, and they often discussed everything with the members of the Senate and rarely acted arbitrarily. The only time they monopolized power was not long ago, when they stood out from the masses and strongly advocated the Battle of Crotone, and they eventually won. So over time the people also accepted it. There was no need to mention Nudum. The Lucanians had always believed in power, so they had no objections. Only when Cremissa, who was once an enemy of Dionia, was conquered by the power of Dionia, there would always be people who would be indignant and open their eyes to find faults with Dionia. So, of course, the Devers would not be polite. Dionia was able to develop into a powerful state in Greece in a short period of time, and even defeat Crotone, because we have a political system different from other Greek city-states. I heard that some Cremissa people have left with the Crotone people. If there are people who don't like Dionia, you are still free to leave now. But in the future, if you want to stay and become a citizen of Dionia, please adapt to Dionia's system as soon as possible and abide by Dionia's laws. The hidden sharpness in the Devers' words made some of the Cremissa people who still wanted to object tactfully shut up. Look, this is Dionia's, and the person who spoke just now wanted to criticize Dionia again, but his mouth was covered by 2 guards sent by Antares. Master Devers, it's our fault for making the soldiers of Dionia wait here for so long. Please enter the city together. Antares said apologetically. Chapter 228. After sending off Crotone's people, Dionia's army arrived. The citizens of Cremissa were stunned by this eye-catching army that entered the city. However, the Dionysian army disbanded immediately after they reached the square along the street. Under the leadership of their officers, the soldiers used the tools they brought along with them to clean up the streets full of rubbish, flatten the damaged roads, and even help the citizens to repair their houses. They worked hard to clean up the devastated city after the war. The citizens of Cremissa were surprised at first, then slowly tried to talk to these conquerors. Finally, infected by the soldiers' passion for labor, they guiltily joined in the ranks of rebuilding their homes. The women brought food and water to express their sympathy to the soldiers, and at the same time told them about the difficulties in their homes, hoping to get help from them. The soldiers were, of course, happy to contribute their physical strength and enthusiasm. In just one afternoon, Cremissa, the city that had experienced war and was somewhat lifeless, became full of life. The members of the former council of Cremissa were surprised to see this scene. They whispered to each other and discussed nonstop. As the former chief general of Cremissa, Antares admitted that he had been to many places and had seen many things, but he had never seen or heard of a city's militia helping the conquered citizens to restore their homes after the war, after conquering another city. Like the others, the surprise and excitement in his heart made him speechless. Sir Devers, this is really, from today onwards, the people of Cremissa are citizens of the Dionia Alliance. We are all family. We are all family. Of course, we should help each other, right? Devers said with a smile, looking at the shocked expressions of the people around him. He was very satisfied with the results of this operation. Before he came, he did order the soldiers to be cleaners but orders alone could not make the soldiers work willingly. At the same time, he also told them that because of the victory of the war, based on the soldiers' heroic performance, the citizen observation period of the freedmen who participated in the war would be greatly shortened, and it was even possible for the soldiers who performed well on the battlefield to become official citizens. And with the victory of this war, Dionia would obtain a large amount of land. All the soldiers who participated in the war would be rewarded with land for their achievements, and the land that would be distributed in the future would mainly be near Crimea. Therefore, Crimea would become the new home of some of the soldiers. And because of the frequent wars in Crimea within half a year, a large number of male citizens were killed or injured. Now, there were more women than men. Devers encouraged the single soldiers to use their actions to win the favor of the women of Crimea. It was because of these reasons that the soldiers did not have the arrogance of victors, but used practical actions to win the favor of the people of Crimea, their future neighbors. And you, Devers continued, protected the treasury, the granaries, very well. You were not robbed by the defeated Crotone soldiers and handed them over to the alliance. Isn't it because you have acknowledged the alliance of Dionia and see yourselves as citizens of Dionia? That's why you are so considerate. I believe that the Senate of Dionia will recognize your efforts. Everyone thought that they had received a hint from Devers, and their faces lit up. Devers saw it and smiled as well, but he knew very well that although the number of members of the Senate of Dionia was still far from being full, this time the Senate would definitely be cautious. They would send people to investigate secretly to find out who had high prestige and influence among the people of Crimea. Among these people, only those who were truly willing to become citizens of Dionia and worked hard would be specially recruited into the Senate. The so-called voting and election was all a pretense. As a territory that had just been incorporated into the alliance, he and the Senate naturally had to keep a tight grip on Crimea to prevent any accidents. Sir Devers, please follow me to the port to count the supplies we intercepted from Crotone. It was rare that the former chief general of Crimea could still remain calm. This made Devers look at Antares with some admiration and said, "Very well." After inspecting the city of Crimea, Devers immediately ordered that a portion of the food and supplies they obtained be distributed to the people of Crimea to compensate them for the losses they suffered during the war. This generous act won the favor of the people. At the same time, he also ordered Capys to lead 2,000 soldiers of the 1st Legion to station in the city. On one hand, they maintained and stabilized the order in the city, and on the other hand, they continued to help the people repair the damaged facilities. The rest of the army continued to station in the camp outside the city and began to fill in the traps, pull out the iron spikes, and so on, to restore the environment around the camp to normal. On the other hand, Devers politely declined Antares' invitation to a banquet and led Led's cavalry, accompanied by Hieronymus, to Esprustum, galloping on the slightly undulating and vast Croton plains. All that came into view were farms, villages, and crisscrossing canals. Even though there were no signs of human activity, some of the villages were even emitting thick smoke. Aside from the occasional hounds that had lost their homes, casting hateful glances at them and barking incessantly, everything was eerily quiet. This did not affect the mood of the Devers and the others. They walked with great interest as they looked at the newly acquired land of Dionia. Led said excitedly, "Although the terrain is not as flat as the Zabari Plains, it doesn't feel any less fertile than the Zabari Plains." "Looks like you want to trade your land here," said the Devers jokingly. "Sir, I don't plan to do that. The people of Crotone are right next to us, and I feel a little uncomfortable doing anything." Led shook his head. "Such fertile land, and you're still being picky. The rich really don't know the pain of the poor." The Devers continued to tease him. The cavalry also took the opportunity to make fun of their captain. At this time, Hieronymus said, "No matter how good the land is, you can't protect it without power." The Devers was stunned for a moment and said, "That's right, we can't learn from Crotone. We need to continue training and protect our home, especially your cavalry. You've made a great contribution this time, but you can't be too proud. Continue to improve your horsemanship with your captain and learn new cavalry tactics. I hope you can become an important attacking force in the Dionysian army and decide the outcome of the battle. Are you confident? Yes. The cavalry raised their spears and shouted excitedly. Standing on top of the city wall of Asprustum, one could see the endless mountains covered in snow to the west and the rushing torrents, steep cliffs, and the green and fertile fields of the Crotone plains to the east. On a good day, one could even look southeast and vaguely see the bustling traffic outside Ciudad Crotone. This is a great place. I can't believe the people of Crotone gave it to us, exclaimed the Devers as they caressed the thick battlements. Of course, it's not that the people of Crotone wanted to give it to us, but they simply can't take it back. Bagul said confidently, Asprustum has a good terrain, and the city is high and deep. I only need 2,000 men to stop the attack of the enemy of 20,000. The Devers, who had already carefully inspected the city's defenses, nodded in agreement. Why? Zam's mountain reconnaissance team has been a great help in taking down this city. Hieronymus' words reminded the Devers, and he found the young Dacian among the accompanying troops. Why, Zam, this time your company has made a great contribution. All the soldiers who participated in the capture of the city will be recorded at least once. I thank the commander on behalf of our brothers. Why, Zam said excitedly, and he said, Sir, my reconnaissance team can still play a greater role, as long as you can expand it to 1,000 men. Hieronymus and the assists looked at each other. This Dacian's request was so direct. The Devers did not mind, and he smiled. The role of the mountain reconnaissance team is to investigate, disturb, and destroy the enemy, not to fight the enemy head-on. With so many men, it's not convenient for you to command, and it's easy for the enemy to find out. The Devers did not immediately refuse, and instead seriously thought about it and said, It's not impossible to expand the team, but I want to see you first come up with an expansion and training plan, how to organize and train the expanded mountain reconnaissance team, so that the new team can adapt faster and strengthen its special role in battle. If your plan is feasible, I can discuss with Felicius to expand the mountain reconnaissance team and appoint you as the captain. That's great, thank you, sir. Why? Zam shouted with undisguised joy. So you want to be a captain? Why didn't you say so earlier? The assists took the opportunity to ridicule him. You've all become a captain. Of course I can't fall behind. Why, Zam said confidently. Everyone burst into laughter. Have the original residents of the city left? The Devers turned around and looked down at the city and asked. The Crotone people came to the city, and they read the newly signed treaty to the people, and strongly urged them to leave. They cried and made a fuss, but in the end they all left and no one stayed. We also allowed them to take their belongings, but they also wanted to take the public property and we refused. Those are our spoils of war. The assist said, Chapter 229. That's Dionia's spoils of war. It has nothing to do with Laos and Castellan. Butler immediately expressed his objection. Bagul, don't be hasty. Do you know the rules of the Dionia alliance? The Devers asked patiently. Bagul shook his head. He had only been a citizen of Dionia for half a year. He had not even fully understood the laws of the alliance, let alone these treaties. When the Dionia alliance goes to war, all allies have to send troops to participate in the war, and the spoils of war will be distributed fairly. Assis said, That's right, fair distribution. The Devers emphasized loudly. As an ally of Dionia, when Laos learned that we declared war with Crotone, he immediately sent 3,000 men, and they were personally led by Governor Avanogus. On the other hand, Castellan not only rejected Crotone's enticement, but also gave us great help in the war. These two allies have given their all to help Dionia in the war. Do you think that Dionia is so stingy that we are not even willing to give them a share of the spoils of war? If that's the case, which city-state would be willing to go to war with us in the future? In my opinion, it doesn't matter even if we give them all the spoils of war, because we still have something more precious, The Devers faced Hieronymus, Bagul, and Assists and slowly uttered a word: "Land." The three of them immediately understood that the spoils of war could be shared, but the land won in the war belonged to Dionia alone. It was actually quite a good deal for Dionia to use the soldiers of their allies to expand their territory. "Lord Commander, speaking of land, there's a situation that I need to report to you." Assists interjected. Many Lucarian soldiers of Legio III felt that the mountains around Aspustum were suitable for grazing, and the grazing environment was even better than Nudum. They asked me for a piece of land here. Are you saying that they're asking for land for themselves? The Devers reacted quickly and immediately understood what Assists meant. Yes, the Assists said awkwardly, because their tribe has already been assigned a settlement in Nudum, so I don't know if they can get any more land. Devers did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at Bagul and asked, "Do you know about this?" "I know." Bagala answered truthfully. "The Assists discussed it with me. Most of these warriors who are asking for land for themselves are from the various tribes in Nudum. They see that the Greek soldiers can have their own land, but they have to share it with the tribe, so they made the request to leave the tribe and live alone." Devers stared at him and continued to ask, "Do you think their request is reasonable?" "I think it's very reasonable." Bagul answered without hesitation, not considering how Devers would feel after hearing it, which made the Assists a little worried. The land that the warriors fought with their lives for should belong to them, and independence will be more conducive for them to integrate into the Dionia alliance. A smile appeared on the Devers' face. "You can think of it that way. I'm very happy. But what will the leaders of the Lucanian tribe think?" "I don't think they will object." Bagul had obviously thought about this issue as well. He said, "In the past, the Lucanian tribes absorbed people to survive and strengthen themselves. Now that they are under the protection of the Dionia alliance, they are no longer in danger of survival. On the contrary, the departure of these soldiers will make the tribe's land richer, which is a good thing. I agree to share it with these Lucanian warriors who are asking for independence." Devers' words made Bagul and the Assists look happy, but Devers paced back and forth as he pondered. He was happy to see these Lucanian tribes broken up and eventually integrated into the alliance, but he was worried that excessive action would arouse the resentment of these small tribal leaders, which would be detrimental to the future infiltration of the Dionia into the northern Lucania municipality, so he had to be cautious. "But before that, after returning to Turiae, I will first let your father and Hegemon go to Nudum to test the attitude of the tribal leaders and try to persuade them. Therefore, the distribution of the land of these soldiers may be delayed." Bagul and the Assists agreed. "If some of the soldiers of the Legio III also settle here, the training and assembly of the entire legion in the future will be very troublesome." At this time, Hieronymus raised an objection. Devers laughed and said, "Not only Legio III, but I'm afraid many soldiers of the 1st and 2nd legions will also settle in Asprausturm and Cremissa. Who told us to obtain so much land so quickly? If we don't distribute these lands to the citizens who have made contributions to the legion, probationary citizens and registered freedmen, are we going to let the land lie idle for the enemy to attack? When the distribution of land is completed, I'm afraid there will be more than 3 legions. As for the specific personnel arrangement and organization, I will gather with Felicius, military officer, Raphius, census officer, Buccos, agriculture officer, you, Capus, Drax, and the captains to discuss a suitable plan." Hieronymus helplessly expressed his agreement, while Bagul and the Assists were a little excited. The expansion of the legion meant that they also had the opportunity to become legion commanders. At this moment, the Devers also realized that in less than a year since they came to Turiae, they had already experienced 4 wars. Under the circumstances of consecutive victories, be it the land, population, or army, they had all expanded rapidly. Perhaps it was time to stop and properly integrate the internal structure of the alliance. "Hey, isn't that aristocrat?" Izamu suddenly said loudly. Everyone hurriedly looked down the city. and indeed they saw Aristocrat riding a horse to the moat and was about to beckon to the gate. It was almost dark, and Aristocrat still came looking for them. There must be something important. Thinking of this, the Devers hurried down the city. Just as they arrived at the city gate, Aristocrat had already entered the city. When he saw Davis, although he was tired, he still had a smile on his face. "Sir Davis, there is good news in the letter from Tilly today. Congratulations! Your wife gave birth to a son for you yesterday morning." The Devers was overjoyed. He immediately took a deep breath, but his excitement did not diminish in the slightest. "Child! I have a child! My child!" The Devers suddenly hammered Hieronymus beside him and shouted excitedly, "Congratulations, Lord! This is Hera's blessing." Hieronymus beguiled the assists and the rest, as well as the surrounding soldiers who knew the news. All congratulated the Devers. The Devers could not stop smiling and hugged them warmly to express the joy in his heart. At the same time, he also joked that they should speed up their cultivation and not fall too far behind him. Next, he planned to rush back to Cremissa with his guards, quickly arranging everything, and then rush back to Thurii under the cover of the night. However, he was strongly obstructed by Hieronymus and the rest, and even went against the wishes of the Devers, forcing him to stay in the city of Asplustum for the night. Because the sky was already dark, they would have to go down the mountain road, and there were many rivers, and the war had just ended. If there were any accidents, they would not be able to explain it to the people of Dionia. The next afternoon, after feeding the child, Christoia fell into a deep sleep. Asuna held the child in the courtyard for a while in the sun, and found that the child had diarrhea. She had to go back to the outer room of the bedroom, wipe it with warm water, change it into a new diaper, and order the other female slaves to wash the dirty clothes. Then she put the child back in the small bed, lay on the edge of the bed, and sang to the child. Gradually, the child closed his eyes, and Asuna also took advantage of the free time to lie on the edge of the bed for a nap. In a daze, she felt someone pat her on the shoulder. Asuna. She immediately woke up, looked back, and could not believe her eyes. "Master, you are back!" The Devers made a silent gesture. "How is Christoia's health?" He asked in a low voice. "Lord Helps said that she and the child are very healthy, but the madam still needs to recuperate for a while. She is now asleep in the bedroom." Asuna whispered and moved aside. "Master, come and see the little master. He is very cute." The Devers tiptoed forward, looking at his child with excitement and curiosity. In fact, the child was only a few days old, and his skin was red, wrinkled, and not good-looking. However, the Devers was so fascinated that he could not help but reach out a finger and gently touch the child's red, tender face. The child, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to feel itchy and scratched his face with his little hand. The Devers was very interested and touched him again. As the child reached out to scratch his face, he opened his big and bright blue eyes. The father and son looked at each other closely, and then the child pouted and began to cry. Whether in his previous life or this life, it was the Devers' first time as a father. He had no experience at all and was at a loss. Asuna calmly picked up the child and began to coax him softly. "Asuna, is the baby hungry again?" Christoia's soft voice came from the bedroom. "No, master is back." Asuna said excitedly, "Ah." Christoia shouted in surprise. The Devers quickly walked into the bedroom and saw Christoia lying on the bed, slightly tired but still looking good. "You are back." Her eyes shone with joy. "I am back." The Devers sat on the edge of the bed, leaned over, and kissed his wife. "You have worked hard," he said softly. Chapter 230. "Yes, he's beautiful, just like you." "I haven't named the child yet. I'm waiting for you to come back and name him." As for the child's name, Devers had thought about it on the way back. He put one hand on his wife's shoulder and the other hand under his chin. He said thoughtfully, "I remember the first time I learned that you were pregnant. It was when we had just defeated Crotone. And this time, when he was born, we defeated Crotone again. The war with Crotone had just ended. This child is so fated with Crotone. This is the wish of Hades. I think it's better to name our child. Crotocatax, what do you think? Crotocatax. Crotocatax. Kristoia whispered a few times. She looked up at her husband worriedly. Isn't this name too flamboyant? Catax means conquest, and Crotocatax means Crotones conquer. Devers smiled. My child has this name. When he grows up, the people of Dionia will call his name. They will remember the hardships of the founding of the country and his father's contribution to this alliance, and they will be more tolerant of him. At the same time, if my child has ambition, he will create his own glory under the inspiration of this name. Kristoia, who was not very satisfied with the name, thought for a while and finally nodded. Okay, let's call him Crotocatax. As soon as she said that, the crying of the child outside the room stopped abruptly. Kristoia covered her mouth and looked at Devers in surprise. Oh my God, this name has been blessed by Hera! The child himself has accepted it. At this time, Asuna came in with the child in her arms. Kristoia took the child and said softly, Little baby, this is your father. Call him Daddy. The child laughed and danced with joy. Look, he's calling you. Kristoia smiled gently, then carefully placed the child in front of Devers. Devers carefully put him in his arms, for fear that he would hurt the little guy if he used too much strength. This time the child did not cry. He opened his bright eyes and looked at Diva's curiously. His two chubby little hands scratched Diva's face. Devers let him play. At this moment, he felt the surge of blood connection in his heart. He said excitedly, Kristoia, I want my name to be the family name and pass it on to my children, and then they will pass it on to their descendants. I believe that the Devers family will become the most dazzling family in the Mediterranean Sea. Devers's words made Kristoia's eyes light up. Most Greeks only had first names, not surnames. In order to distinguish between duplicate names, they often added a place of origin or other annotations in front of the name to distinguish it. For example, Socrates of Athens, Socrates son of Acidatus, and so on. However, the aristocrats of the large eastern country of Persia had names. As a native of Miletus in Asia Minor, Kristoia, of course, knew that. From Devers's words, she heard her husband's ambition. She repeated her son's future name with great interest. Devers Crotocatax. At this time, Devers saw a little head popping out of the bedroom door. Cynthia, come in. He waved and said. 7-year-old Cynthia held the hand of almost 5-year-old Adoris and hesitantly came to the bed. Come and see your brother, Devers said happily to the siblings. You have a child. Do you still want us? Cynthia asked timidly. Devers was stunned. He did not expect his adopted daughter to be so sensitive. He immediately handed the baby to Kristoia and hugged them in front of his chest. He said loudly, You will always be my children, Devers. How can I not want you? Kristoia also said softly, And Mommy also hopes that when you grow up, you can take good care of and protect your brother. The two children were comforted by the husband and wife. They immediately lost their melancholy and looked curiously at the baby in Kristoia's arms. Can I touch him? Cynthia asked softly. Of course you can. Kristoia smiled gently. Cynthia carefully touched the baby's little face. What's his name? Crotocatax. His nickname is Crow. He's so small. Adoris also held the baby's little hand curiously and said like a little adult, Little brother, I will protect you. Hey, wake up! Wake up! Krobus, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up by someone. He opened his sleepy eyes, but he still felt sleepy. He turned over and prepared to continue his sweet dreams. Immediately, the wet whip lashed at his body, burning with pain. He immediately jumped up in pain, and the supervisor's demonic voice rang in his ears. Go to the quarry immediately. Lord Lysimines wants to lecture you. Krebs had long been afraid of being whipped by the supervisor. He dragged his sore legs and endured his hunger as he staggered out of the cave. He accidentally knocked into his companion beside him and subconsciously reached out to pull him up. As a result, he who had no strength left in his body was dragged to the ground as well. He struggled for a while before he could get up. In the process, he was kicked by the supervisor several times. The Crotone captives staggered out of the various quarry caves like ants and gathered in the circular quarry square. There were piles of freshly excavated marble materials everywhere. On the sentry tower at the entrance, Lysimines, the person in charge of the Turii stone mine, looked down impatiently at the scene below. They're too slow. Go and urge the Crotone cowards to hurry up, he ordered his subordinates. Hence, the Crotone captives were herded to the sentry tower by the supervisors with sticks and whips like lambs. A similar scene happened at the Turii copper mine and the construction site of the Temple of Hades. Crotone people, just based on the crimes you've committed against the Turii, I can't wait to lock you up here for 100 years. I'll turn your filthy flesh and blood into dirty water and turn your fragile bones into powder. Lysimines cursed them viciously. However, the great Hades has shown mercy and allowed the Dionia alliance to sign a truce with the damned Crotone. We've become allies. Now you can go home. After Lysimines finished his words reluctantly, the place suddenly fell into a dead silence. The captives could not believe their ears. What did he say? His companion beside him asked with a trembling voice. He said we can go home. Columbus mumbled. Then he seemed to have reacted to the situation. He grabbed his companion's shoulder and said, Did you hear that? We can go home. We're free. After confirming that the news was true, countless people shed tears of excitement. They hugged each other, cheered, kissed the ground beneath their feet, and closed their eyes to enjoy the warm sunlight. For the past few days, they had been digging in the dark caves like slaves. They had to endure the beatings of the supervisors. They did not have enough to eat, and they could not sleep well. These pampered citizens of Crotone almost broke down. They had never felt that freedom was so precious. Lysimines snorted coldly. He did not want to watch anymore. Bring the bread and cheese over. Let them have their fill. What if they resist when they're full? We can't deal with so many captives, his subordinate said hesitantly. Isn't that perfect? Lysimines sneered. They broke the contract that we just signed. We can eliminate them all. Understood. After they're done eating, let them take a bath in the river and change their clothes. Otherwise, the people from Crotone will say that we're abusing the captives. That's not abuse. His subordinate cursed in his heart. With the arrival of the Crotone messengers, the captives completely believed the truth that Dionia and Crotone had formed an alliance and that they wanted to go home. Under the protection of the heavily armed Dionia soldiers, they lined up and walked to the port of Turii. Why did they protect them? Because they were afraid that the radical Turii would harm these defenseless and weak Crotone captives. Columbus had experienced this situation once half a year ago. However, this time, the Turii did not cause any trouble for the large troop that was returning to Crotone. Even when they arrived at the port, they saw very few Turii. Where did the Turii people go? This thought only flashed in Columbus' mind for a moment. Now he was filled with joy. They could go home successfully. The captives were finally relieved when the troop ship left the port of Turii. I'll never come back to this place again. A captive shouted to vent his anger. Most of the soldiers, including Columbus, nodded in agreement. 2 wars, 2 captives, especially the second time, were nightmarish days that they did not even want to recall. Every single one of them was more or less afraid of the Dionia alliance. In fact, during the Second Crotone War, Dionia treated the Crotone captives this way because they had no other choice. After all, it was difficult to manage tens of thousands of captives, and most of the male citizens of Dionia were fighting outside. At the same time, the Crotone fleet would occasionally raid the coast of Turii. If the captives were to riot, the consequences would be unimaginable. That was why the Senate decided to imprison them like slaves in the mountainous mining area far away from the coast. They would be crushed by the harsh environment, starvation, and heavy labor. The people of Dionia were not in the mood to care about the Crotone captives who left Turiae, because their hero was about to return. Chapter 231. In Castellin, after the army stayed for one night, the Devers hurried over to join the soldiers. The next morning, the whole army was dressed in new clothes. The soldiers looked imposing as they marched forward according to the predetermined order of entering the city. After crossing the bridge, thousands of freedmen who had participated in the battle and the Greek mercenaries, led by Xanthoparis, also joined the parade. The Devers also changed to 4-horse chariots. Capys, Drax Hieronymus, and Laus Consul Avenogis also rode in 2-horse chariots and followed closely behind. The army marched majestically towards the city of Turiae, not far away. The freedmen and the families of some probationary citizens who had been waiting outside the city immediately burst into cheers when they saw the soldiers from afar. Arsines never dreamed that he would be the flag-bearer in a triumphant manner. At that time, all the legions had reported their candidates, and it was the Devers who named Arsines. He believed that in the battle that would determine the victory of the Second Crotone War, Arsines, as the captain of the legion, led a team of recruits and fought on the front line. In the face of the enemy's fierce offensive, not only did he take the lead, but he also commanded the recruits well and responded calmly. And in the case of more than half of the team's casualties, he still did not lose his fighting spirit and fought back bravely. He should be the representative of the whole army in this battle. When Arsines heard the Devers' praise for him, he who already admired the Devers was even more grateful to the consul. At this moment, he held up the flag that represented the commander of the whole army. Facing the cheers and the thousands of waving arms, he proudly puffed out his chest. In the face of such a spectacular scene, even Tormid, who had been through many hardships and battles for a long time, could not remain calm. He said excitedly to Xanthoparis, who was next to him, "After so many years, I have participated in so many battles, but this is the first time I have experienced the pride of being a soldier. The Devers are amazing." Xanthoparis stared straight ahead and said, "Don't look around. March properly. Don't embarrass us mercenaries." Tormid hurriedly puffed out his chest and raised his head, but he joked, "You're even more serious than me, old man." Participating in the triumph parade is nothing. In the future, we will be like Hieronymus, sitting on the chariot and accepting the cheers of the people. Xanthoparis' old face was flushed with excitement. That's right. Tormid's enthusiasm rose. I heard from the Devers that because of this battle, the observation period of our Union citizens will be greatly shortened. After a few more battles like this, we will soon become official citizens of Dionia. At that time, Crigines. Hey, that's Crigines. Stop shouting. He can't hear you. He's an alliance hero now. Hero! With that thin body of his, I can knock him down with one hand. If it wasn't for the fact that his archery is better than mine, I would be the one receiving cheers from the troops now. That's right. This guy blessed by the goddess of luck. Looks like we need to practice archery in our spare time. The next time the recruitment officer comes, we must be selected. You're right. When the freedmen entered the sight of the people, they received even more enthusiastic cheers. After all, most of the people outside the city were freedmen, seeing their former comrades become heroes of the Dionia alliance. While they were envious, it also stimulated their desire to go into battle and kill the enemy. There were more than 20,000 soldiers participating in the triumph parade, forming a column that was 6 to 7 miles long. The freedmen at the back had just entered the welcoming area outside the city, and the military flag at the front had already passed the triumph arch inside the city. Soberkos looked up at the relief on the triumph arch and said to Leds emotionally, "Last time I was a spectator watching the triumph parade, but now I've become a soldier participating in it." Leds laughed and said, "How do you feel?" "Very good, very good. In the past, our cavalry was too weak to be of any use in battle. From now on, we, the Dionia cavalrymen, will become the heroes of the triumph parade every time. Led said with great ambition. His gaze was fixed on another tall flag beside the cavalry flag. Although he couldn't see the content of the flag from the back, he knew that it was written in by the Devers. Defeat the Croton cavalrymen and determine the victory of the battle. It was because of this achievement that the Devers placed their cavalrymen behind the flag-bearers of the army. As there were too many soldiers participating in the triumph parade, the Victory Plaza couldn't accommodate them all, and accidents could easily occur. Thus, the triumph parade this time had a rule. After the parade arrived at the plaza, they weren't allowed to stop. They had to circle around the plaza and leave the city through another street. On the west side of the plaza, on the platform in front of the Senate Hall, the senators solemnly looked at the soldiers passing through the plaza. Amicals, who was invited to the ceremony, saw the valiant and spirited troops marching past the platform in an orderly manner. He couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that we would actually defeat the arrogant Crotone. This is a great victory. He was glad that he made the right choice before the war started. Castellan was firmly on Dioria's side. His words were approved by most of the senators, but Scambras expressed his disagreement. The Devers are the guarantee of victory. With him as the commander, I never doubted that the war would belong to our alliance. However, I think that we should have taken advantage of the moment when the Crotone was weak to completely crush them. His words were approved by a few tourist senators. Polixus even said, on this issue, the Devers did not consider the feelings of the tourists and let the Crotone off. This is really wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, Scambras glared at him fiercely. Lord Devers did the right thing, Kinagarada said with a straight face. To be able to lead the citizen soldiers to victory, he is a great general. To be able to use victory to gain enough benefits for the alliance is a true leader. If the war had continued, I'm afraid that Dionia would have suffered great losses. I'm very glad that Dionia has such a great governor like the Devers. Lord Kinagarada is right. Cornelis agreed. In this war, Lord Devers not only won a lot of fertile land for Dionia, but also allowed Dionia's influence to reach the southern end of Greece. Next, we'll have to invest a lot of time to discuss and solve how to manage and distribute these new lands. Tritodmos said with a smile, this is really a sweet but annoying thing. Everyone smiled knowingly. The senators of the Senate were noble and had a lot of work to do, but they didn't get paid. In order to increase their enthusiasm, and at the same time to win their favor, and to excite their interest in expansion, the Act of War proposed and passed by Divers stipulated that, in addition to the allotment of land to the new citizens and the land awarded to the militia who had rendered meritorious service, every member of the Senate who had worked hard would also be awarded land. But the amount of land awarded could not exceed the average amount of land awarded to the soldiers who had taken part in the battle. Although the amount of land awarded was not too much, according to the current speed of Dionia's expansion, it would not be a small number. While the senators were happily talking about the newly obtained territory, Polixus' eyes flashed, as if he was thinking about something, while Amicals had a look of envy on his face. Look, our great hero is here. Pleasinlaz's shout drew everyone's attention back to the square. The Devers, dressed in military attire, appeared in the Victory Square on a war chariot. He smiled and waved to the people around him, pushing the triumphant celebration to its climax. The people shouted and jumped in excitement, waving their arms and shouting the Devers' name. They even ignored the guards by the side of the road and rushed into the parade in violation of the rules. They surrounded the Devers in the center and stretched out their arms, wanting to touch the protector of the Dionia, the Devers of Hades, who had saved Turin, defeated the strong enemy Crotone twice, and brought glory to the people of Dionia. The guards were highly nervous, afraid that something unexpected would happen. The Devers, on the other hand, was calm. He even got off the chariot and greeted the people gently, asking if they had suffered any losses in this war, if they needed help from the alliance, and so on. The people loved their governor even more. They surrounded the Devers and escorted him to the platform before reluctantly leaving. The senators stepped forward to welcome him. Cunigarata was the first to criticize. Sir Devers, the situation just now was too dangerous. You should have stayed in the chariot and waited for the guards to escort you here. What's so dangerous about it? The Devers smiled and said, the senators and the people are like a father and his child. As a father, he will naturally love his child, and the child will naturally love and respect his father. Why would he hurt his own family, right? Father and his child. The senators repeatedly thought about the sentence and were more or less shocked. Later, this sentence spread and moved the people greatly. Therefore, the senators of the Senate also had another title, Father. Chapter 232. Metlos Phoenix believed that the Senate of Dionia was deliberately delaying time and fooling him. In fact, they had already prepared for the peace talks with Crotone. He had wasted all his efforts to rush to Turiae. The newly established alliance of Dionia actually dared to fool and despise Rockley. Therefore, he dragged his sickly body to participate in the triumphal ceremony. Because he was the messenger of Rockley, the Senate arranged for him to stay in a hotel not far from the Senate's hall. Since he lived in the city and was a VIP, he was naturally allowed to watch the triumphal ceremony. Originally, he wanted to take the opportunity to meet the consul of Dionia to vent his dissatisfaction. At the same time, he represented Rockley to express an appropriate threat to Dionia, which had just allied with Crotone, and force them to make some changes that were beneficial to Rockley. However, after watching the magnificent and lively triumphal ceremony that he had never seen before, he was shocked by the huge military strength, high morale, and the fanatical atmosphere of the people of Dionia. He realized that this was an alliance that worshipped heroes from the elders to the commoners. They were warlike and could not be ignored. He was afraid that they would not compromise easily, so he decided to retreat after sending off the last contingent of freedmen. The people poured into the square. The speech of the Devers drew a perfect end to the triumphal ceremony. People of the Dionia alliance, I thank you on behalf of the Senate. When the enemy invaded, you were not afraid, you did not retreat, but worked together and fought bravely. The soldiers fought bravely at the front, not afraid of sacrifice, and fought to be heroes, while you worked tirelessly to transport supplies and evade the enemy's ambush. You endured the pain of losing your loved ones and supported us in the battle. Today we won. This is the result of the joint efforts of all the citizens of the Dionia Alliance, prospective citizens, freedmen, and their families. We will use this victory to comfort the warriors who died on the battlefield, and hope that their souls can reach the Elysium of Hades smoothly. I, Consul Daves, will also use this victory to tell you that the days of the Dionia Alliance being bullied are over, and you will have a better tomorrow. Victory to the Dionia Alliance. Victory to the Dionia Alliance. Victory to the Senate of Dionia. Long live the Devers Consul. Victory to the Devers. At that moment, the square was filled with cheers, and the whole city of Turin became a sea of joy. After the holy day of sacrifice for the Sparta king Arches, after a period of preparation, the Sparta Council of Elders finally decided to elect a new king of Sparta to prevent the throne from being vacant for too long, which would lead to political instability in the country. On this day, the 29 elders of the council hall in Sparta entered the hall early. There were also 2 candidates for the throne. They were the son of the former Sparta king Arches, Leotychides, and the brother of Arches, Agesilaus. The chairman in charge, Creostida, announced, "The Sacred King Selection Conference has begun. First, the candidates will state the reasons why they should be the king." The young and energetic Creostida stood up first and said loudly to his uncle, "Aias, the ancient law clearly states, the first to inherit the throne should be the king's son, not his brother. If the king happens to have no children, then his brother may inherit the throne. If you don't want to embarrass yourself, leave as soon as possible." Agesilaus did not face his nephew, but the crowd. His attitude was respectful, and his tone was low, but it was certain. Respected elders, the one to inherit the throne should be me, the only brother of Archias, Agesilaus. Leotychides jumped and roared, interrupting his uncle's words. Agesilaus, don't think that you can play dumb just because you're a cripple. Listen, the sacred Sparta law has already stipulated that, as the only son of Archias, I should naturally become the king. Stop fooling around. Agesilaus turned his head and looked at the flustered Leotychides. A hint of contempt appeared on his face. That's right, that's what the law says. But the prerequisite is that you're indeed the son of Archias. But I've heard the person you call father say, more than once, you're not his biological son. Nonsense. Since he was young, there had always been similar rumors that reached Leotychides' ears. It became a nightmare that troubled him, and it also became his reverse scale when he grew up. At this moment, his face instantly turned red. He jumped up from his seat, rushed over, and grabbed Agesilaus. He shouted angrily, "Damn cripple! Don't think that I won't beat you up just because you're my uncle." He tried his best to suppress his anger, gritting his teeth. "Listen, my mother knows the truth better than my father. Until today, she still says, I'm the son of the king. I'm the son of Archias." Silence! Silence! The meeting hall is a sacred place. No fighting is allowed, or you'll be banished. Chairman Cleostida warned. Agesilaus pushed his nephew's hand away, and his expression became calmer. He said solemnly, "Respected elders, perhaps you still remember that year when there was an earthquake in Sparta. Archias left his wife and led the guards to provide disaster relief. He was gone for almost a year. Poseidon's anger filled the people of Sparta with reverence. At the same time, this god was the most convincing witness that Leotychides was not the son of Archias. Because of time, Leotychides was only born 10 months after Archias left his wife." As soon as he said this, the elders seemed to be deep in thought. Some of their expressions also became solemn. Nonsense! Leotychides flew into a rage again. He was stopped by the guards who were already prepared, so he could only roar angrily. "All right, that's the end of the candidates' statements." Chairman Cleostida quickly said, "Elders, do you have anything to say?" Diapetus stood up and said, "Everyone, as you know, before this meeting, I had already received Pausanias's authorization to represent the Elder Council to go to Delphi and seek an oracle from Apollo. He warned us. The people of Sparta should beware of the king becoming a cripple. Therefore, I believe that Apollo has already given us a warning. If Agesilaus becomes king, it will definitely bring danger to Sparta." He then passed the parchment in his hand to everyone. Some of the elders nodded as they read. Diapetus glanced proudly at Lysander, who was sitting in front of him, and then made a placating gesture to Leotychides. Agesilaus tried his best to maintain a calm expression, but his hands were clenched tightly behind his back. He saw the elders glancing at his feet from time to time, and he subconsciously moved his left foot back. At this time Lysander stood up. His influence was great, and he immediately gathered everyone's attention. As we all know, the oracle of Apollo in Delphi has always been profound and difficult to understand. If we only understand it literally, we will often come to a wrong conclusion. Lysander looked around at everyone and said loudly, "Back then, the king of Lydia received the oracle of a great kingdom will perish and thought that Persia would be defeated. In the end, it was his kingdom that perished. If the people of Athens had really built a wooden wall according to the literal meaning before Persia invaded, they wouldn't have been able to defeat Persia in the naval battle. Therefore, we should understand this oracle more deeply. If the king we elect isn't of the true bloodline of Agis, then wouldn't the system of 2 kings that we are so proud of, the divine bloodline inherited from Hercules, be missing a leg?" It should be said that Lysander's words were thought-provoking. Coupled with his influence, it caused the elders to whisper and discuss nonstop. Leotychides glared at Lysander angrily, but he didn't dare to scold him like he did to Agesilaus. Although his power was intentionally weakened by the Council of Elders a few years after the end of the Peloponnesus War, he was still the hero of the people of Sparta. His rallying power was amazing, and he wasn't someone that an heir to the throne could humiliate. The other king of Sparta, Pausanias, didn't have any obvious bias towards the two heirs to the throne of Agis, but he was very hostile and wary of Lysander, who once wanted to shake the system of two kings. Therefore, he would often oppose anything that Lysander supported. However, in the meeting to elect a new king, according to tradition, the other king could attend, but didn't have the right to make suggestions or vote. This was because the reason why Sparta was a system of two kings was to achieve mutual checks and balances, so the king had to avoid arousing suspicion. Pausanias could only signal to one of his trusted elders, Helipidas. The elder had to stand up in a hurry and said with a stutter, "Sparta is now the overlord of Greece, but if the king of Sparta is a person with a disability, it will only cause the other city-states to secretly ridicule Sparta, thus reducing their respect for Sparta. Moreover, we, Sparta, have never had a king with a disability. Never." As soon as he finished speaking, Lysander immediately continued, "That's right, Agesilaus is a cripple. However, he is brave in battle, upright, and has always been respected by our elders and people. He is a traditional and pure warrior of Sparta, and he didn't bring shame to the reputation of the royal family. But please take a closer look at Leotychides. Who do you think he looks like?" Leotychides was strong and handsome, and his appearance was more inherited from his mother. However, under the guidance of Lysander's words and the influence of the rumors, the more the elders looked at him, the more they felt that he looked like the handsome and romantic man of Athens, Alcibiade. Chapter 233. Diabetes, are you really from Sparta? Lysander sneered. "Don't forget about Demaratos." The elders were in an uproar. Demaratos was the eternal shame of Sparta. Although the Sparta warriors worshipped killing and despised pleasure, they still liked beautiful women. The best way to judge a future wife was to see if she could bear children easily. The beauty of a Sparta woman was also the best way to judge if she could be the mother of a future child. Training with men from a young age gave the women of Sparta their own unique beauty. They had long blonde hair, strong bodies, and elegant legs. Giving birth to an ugly daughter would make the parents depressed, but there was still a chance to change. That was to go to an ancient sanctuary next to Helen's tomb and pray to the bronze statue of Helen. It was said that the child would grow up to be beautiful. 100 years ago, a pair of Sparta parents prayed to Helen for their ugly daughter. The ugly priestess in charge of the sanctuary grabbed the long hair of the child. After looking at the child's face, she made a prophecy. She would become the cutest woman in Rasman. As time passed, the girl became a famous beauty. Her charm made the king of Sparta fall head over heels for her. He used his royal power to take her away from her husband. Only 7 months later, the new queen gave birth to a son. Was the father of the child the king or the commoner? The people of Sparta did not investigate further. The child grew up and eventually became the king. He was Demaratos. When Demaratos succeeded to the throne, another king of Sparta, Cleomenes, had been on the throne for 5 years. It was much more difficult for him to succeed to the throne because his father could not get his wife pregnant. The elders of the Law Enforcement Council asked him to divorce his wife and remarry. He hesitated for a long time and chose to marry again. Not long after his second wife gave birth to 3 sons, his first wife gave birth to Cleomenes. But the king was already deeply in love with his second wife and naturally preferred her children. Cleomenes was not favored by his father, and his half-brother, Dorius, was given special training by the king and was appointed as the legitimate heir. People also thought that Dorius was the best of his generation. However, after the king suddenly died in battle, the conservative people of Sparta believed that Cleomenes, who was the son of the king's first wife, had the right to inherit the throne. Cleomenes, who succeeded to the throne, banished his brothers with the excuse of sending Darius to colonize the western Mediterranean. Cleomenes was quick-witted, decisive, ambitious, and had a strong desire for power. Demaratos, who had just succeeded to the throne, was no match for him. Soon he was overthrown by Cleomenes. Cleomenes ruled Sparta for more than 20 years. He defeated Agos, controlled Arcadia, meddled in Delphi, and interfered with the political situation in Athens. Sparta's power expanded to northern Greece. At this time, the king of Persia, Xerxes, was preparing to invade Greece again. Learning from Darius, he sent a large number of spies to divide and alienate the city-states. Ina, an island city-state not far from the east of the Peloponnesus Peninsula, offered land and water to Persia. Cleomenes angrily denounced this treachery and decided to punish Ina. The people of Ina hurriedly asked another king of Sparta, Demaratos, for help. Demaratos was happy to create trouble for his political enemy, so he secretly joined forces with the elders in the council who were not willing to go to war with Persia and actively provided support. This infuriated Cleomenes, and he finally decided to get rid of this intolerable collaborator once and for all. So in the council of elders that he initiated, he questioned the origin of Demaratos. Not only did he win over Demaratos' clansmen and most of the elders, but he also bribed the priest of Delphi so that the oracle he sought was also unfavorable to Demaratos. As a result, Demaratos, who had been on the throne for 24 years, was deposed from the throne and defected to Xerxes, becoming a traitor who led the way. However, the victorious Cleomenes was not happy for long. His bribery of Delphi was leaked, and the people of Sparta were furious. He was convicted and fled Sparta. Later he returned, but was removed from power. From then on, he drank, beat people, and cursed. Everyone said he was crazy. His two half-brothers, Leonidas and Cleombrotes, declared him insane and locked him in the temple. The next day he was found dead. His flesh had been cut off piece by piece, and a knife was beside his hand. This caused a great sensation. Everyone said that this was the punishment for Cleomenes' blasphemy, and it was widely accepted by the public, suicide. Soon, Leonidas became king. However, privately, there were rumors that Cleomenes died in the hands of his two brothers. The reason why Leonidas led 300 king's guards to Hot Spring Gate to defend against the army of Persia was because of the situation. At the same time, he also wanted to prove his innocence to the people of Sparta. It was a treacherous history for the people of Sparta, and it could even be said to be the shame of Sparta. The meeting hall fell into silence for a while. Chancellor Cleostetus simply announced, "Let the election of a new king begin." Whether it was Agesilaus or Leotychides, these two candidates both had their flaws, and they both had their fans. Therefore, the debate between the two was mainly about fighting for the position of the neutral elders, and the final result of the vote was Agesilaus won. With tears of humiliation in his eyes, Leotychides looked at the elders who congratulated Agesilaus with hatred, and then quietly left. Chancellor Cleostetus asked the guards to welcome the 5 censors who had been waiting outside the meeting hall, and announced the result of the election to them. Thus, the censors came before Agesilaus, and Agesilaus stood solemnly, listening to them read out loud. By the great Zeus, according to the results of the election by the Council of Elders, we declare that Agesilaus, the bloodline of the Holy Hercules, is the king of Sparta. Agesilaus could no longer maintain his calm expression, and his voice trembled as he swore, "I swear in the name of Zeus, I, Agesilaus, will govern and rule Sparta according to the existing laws of the city." The censors responded at the same time, "As long as you abide by your oath, we will ensure that your royal power is eternal." In February of 398 BC, Agesilaus became the king of Sparta. At the southeast end of Sicily, Dionysius led Syracuse's 80,000 infantrymen, 3,000 cavalrymen, and more than 400 warships on the sea, marching westward along the southern coast of Sicily. When he easily liberated the city-state of Camalina, which was forced to pay tribute to Carthage, Dionysius received the news that Dionia defeated Crotone. He was silent for a while, then said to the attendant beside him, "Write a letter to Philistos immediately. Tell him that I've agreed to Rockley's request to send reinforcements as soon as possible." Then he asked the messenger to urge the army, which was preparing to rest for a day, to continue marching westward. Crotone has asked for peace with Dionia. After receiving the news from Crotone, the governor of Tarentum, Eutychus, said in surprise, "I really didn't expect that a year ago Dionia was still a small city-state that needed our protection to survive. Now, it has rapidly developed into a powerful alliance with Greece." The former governor and current senator of the Senate, Decidimus, sighed and said, "Fortunately, we are in an alliance with Dionia. The safety of Tarentum cannot rely on the promises of others." Eutychus shook his head and said firmly, "We should speed up the conquest of the Messapi people and strengthen the power of Tarentum as soon as possible. Only then will we have the confidence to speak when facing Dionia. The capture of Manduria has already caused many casualties among our citizens, but you still want to attack Brindisi. That will cause more Tarentum citizens to be sacrificed. How can the Senate agree to such a radical approach?" Decidimus criticized angrily. Eutychus looked at Decidimus with a trace of contempt in his eyes. "Decidimus, my good friend, haven't you figured it out yet? This is not only the wish of the majority of the senators in the Senate, but also the wish of the people. Stimulated by the rapid rise of Dionia, the people are tired of the inaction of the Senate for decades. They hate the fact that they have to endure the attacks of the Messapi every year. They are asking us to make changes. Although there have been casualties among our citizens, we have taken control of Manduria. It will be much more difficult for the Messapi to invade our territory. Now, Sir Diomedes is about to return to Tarentum, and Archita will continue to lead the army to attack Brindisi. I believe that after Archita learns that Crotone has been forced to ask for peace with Dionia, he will increase his attack on Brindisi without our urging." Decidimus fell into silence. After a moment, he said hesitantly, "I am a little worried that such a large-scale attack will stimulate the Pacheti people in the north. They are from the same race as the Messapi. Will they not hate us if we don't attack?" Eutychus retorted, "As long as we capture Brindisi, not only can we cut off the communication between the Messapi people and the north, but we can also connect to the trade with the Adriatic Sea. There are many benefits to doing this. If we really encounter the Pacheti people that you mentioned see that our city is empty and take the opportunity to attack, then we can still—" Eutychus looked at Decidimus. Decidimus understood what he meant and sighed. "Ask for help from our ally, Dionia." Chapter 234. Following that, the General Assembly held an election, and Lucius, who brought peace to Crotone, became the chief general. Although his act of ceding territory was criticized by many, the more than 10,000 citizen soldiers who returned to their homeland thanked him for saving them from hell and time, so most of them voted for him. At the same time, Sesprotes, who participated in the peace talks with Lucius, also became a general. For a time, the conservative faction in the General Executive Committee of Crotone clearly had the upper hand. However, the most urgent task was to defeat Locke and rescue the alliance. The newly formed cabinet of 10 generals in Crotone was very clear about this. After careful consideration, they decided to appoint the 3 experienced captains who were once captured by Dionia as generals. Therefore, the soldiers who had just returned to Crotone had no choice but to go out again. 15,000 soldiers, including 10,000 heavy infantry, in addition to the recruitment of 4,000 freedmen. After preparing their rations, they immediately set off for Coruña. Some people in the council objected and requested that more citizens be left behind to protect the empty Ciudad Crotone. Although conservative, Lucius was not a coward. Not only did he not agree, he even sent an envoy to Esprausturm, telling the garrison of Dionia that Crotone was now empty and hoped to receive help from the alliance if necessary. At the same time, when they received a clear response from the Crotone fleet, led by the Navy commander Escamas, sailed together with more than 60 warships of various sizes towards Coruña. Just as Crotone and Locke were about to fight, the Senate of Dionia voted to select 5 candidates for Cremissa to enter the Senate. Antares, Euripus, and Predes were all selected. This matter was just the appetizer of the long Senate meeting today. What followed next was the reward for the soldiers who participated in the War of Crotone. Due to the large number of people who participated in the war, Felicius, the military officer, and Raphias, the census officer, only decided on a rough number during the meeting. About 7,000 official citizens would receive 1 to 3 acres of land based on their contributions. The senators, led by the Devers, suggested that as much land as possible be allocated to the citizens in the cities where they lived. Of course, if they were willing to swap, it should be accommodated. About 15,000 registered freedmen participated in the war. According to the law, more than half of them would directly enter the probationary period of official citizens. As the war had obtained a large amount of land and 2 cities, a large number of people were urgently needed to occupy these lands and guard the new cities. Therefore, even though the official citizens' probationary period had not yet ended, the Senate still decided to grant them 5 acres of land in Cremissa, Asprostrum, and northern plains of Crotone, because they had not become official citizens yet. During this probationary period, they still had to pay 10% of land income. Until official citizens became official citizens, the probationary period would Senate. For nearly 6,000 freedmen who participated in the war, the probationary period for them to become probationary citizens would be halved. At the same time, they would be given the priority to rent land in the city-state. Of course, the 20% tax burden would not change. For the soldiers who sacrificed themselves in the war, regardless of whether they were citizens or freedmen, as long as their relatives were still alive, the Senate would reward them according to the normal soldiers' rewards. At the same time, generous compensation would be given, mainly from the spoils of war. The entire matter of reward and distribution would be handled by the agriculture officer, Burks, and the census officer, Raphias, with the assistance of the 3 army commanders, Capys, Dracos, and Hieronymus. The citizens of Dionia will respond to the call, fulfill their duties, and fight bravely for the alliance. As the helm of the great ship, that is the alliance, the Senate must also give them the corresponding rewards and care fairly. We cannot let our warriors shed tears while they bleed. Only in this way can more people contribute to the prosperity and strength of the alliance. Finally, the Devers used a passionate speech to remind Burks and the others who were about to go to work. Next, the discussion was about the candidates for the chief executive of Cremissa and Asprostum. There were many senators who signed up to run for Cremissa because it was a seaport city with favorable conditions, and the residents were all Greeks. Although it was adjacent to Crotone, they had already become allies, and with Asprostum at the forefront, the governing environment was relatively safer. The final result of the voting was that Scambras received the highest number of votes, which surprised some people. But after thinking about it carefully, although Scambras had a bad temper, he was a straightforward person who would correct his mistakes. He was not too scheming, and he was willing to help the younger generation. Therefore, many people were willing to associate with him. According to the law of Dionia, the Devers had the final right to veto any proposal in the Senate, but as long as the proposal was reasonable, he rarely used this right. Just like now, he thought that the candidate for the chief executive of Crimea was not bad. Scambras's straightforward personality might win the favor of the Crimeans who were still hostile to the people of Dionia. So, he was the first to congratulate Scambras. "Don't worry, Your Excellency. I will definitely let the people of Cremissa recognize the alliance of Dionia as soon as possible, and at the same time coordinate the relationship between the local people and the new immigrants." Scambras promised the Devers in high spirits. Having an old man at home was like having a treasure. Before the 50-year-old Scambras took office, he had already grasped the 2 major problems he needed to solve after becoming the chief executive of Crimea. So, the Devers smiled and said, With you in Cremissa, the Senate has nothing to worry about. As for the candidate for the chief executive of Asprustum, because the Devers had said in advance that Asprustum was different from Cremissa, it was located in the middle and upper reaches of the Neto River, and from time to time it would be harassed by the Brudi who swam from the southwest. In the south, it was necessary to be vigilant and deter other Greek city-states from coveting the northern plains of Croton, and at the same time to coordinate the relationship with the people of Crotone. In addition, the Devers also told the senators that many Lucanian warriors were willing to move to Asprustum. In this way, apart from the Lucaria region, including Nudum of course, Asprustum had the highest proportion of Lucanian residents among the cities of Dionia. Therefore, the requirements for the chief executive of Asprustum were higher. First of all, he must have strong military skills, a certain amount of administrative experience, and a strong ability to coordinate. At the same time, he must be able to make the Lucanians, who had just joined Dionia and were still somewhat undisciplined, obedient. For senators like Amandalera and Turiae who had suffered from the war, there was always an indelible fear in their hearts when they were asked to deal with the war independently. Vespa and Hegemon loved to take the initiative to give suggestions when it came to Lucania, but when it came to the affairs of the Greek city-states, they would always watch calmly from the sidelines and act as the voting machine. Most of the mercenary senators were either unwilling to deal with administrative affairs, or they were not competent enough. Those who were more competent in administrative affairs, such as Antonios and Alexis, held important public positions and could not leave. Therefore, when the rotating chairman, Cornelis, announced that the people who were willing to be the chief executive of Asprustum would raise their hands, for a moment no one responded. When the Devers saw this, he was a little surprised. A name appeared in his mind, Assists. However, Assists was not a member of the Senate, and according to the regulations, he could not take the position of the chief executive of the city. Only then did he realize that before the Dionia Alliance Public Service Law was promulgated, it was difficult for the former mercenaries who did not become a member of the Senate to enter the Senate and become a senator. For these guys, most of whom only wanted to fight, it was undoubtedly impossible for them to re-engage in administrative affairs and rise through the ranks. It seemed that there was a need to add a few provisions in the public service law specifically for the senior generals of the Legion to enter the Senate. As the Devers pondered, he saw someone in the crowd raise his hand, Helos. It turned out to be Helos, the former captain of the Devers and their most capable confidant, Helos. Some time ago, the Devers were busy with administrative affairs, and Helos was serving as the captain of the Amandalera patrol. Other than meeting in the Senate, the two did not have many opportunities to meet. However, the Devers still understood Helos' performance. With the prosperity of the warehouses, accommodation, and food in Amandalera, there was a large influx of foreigners, but there had been no major conflicts. Helos' performance was the greatest credit. His ability to deal with emergencies and his fairness in resolving conflicts between the residents and foreigners were praised by the people of Amandalera and the chief executive, Cornelis. As for his military ability, the Devers' evaluation was that he was good at using troops, which was just right for Asprustum, which was located in a special geographical location. They believed that with his rich mercenary experience, it would not be a big problem to convince the Lucanians. As for his administrative experience, the Devers thought about it. They could let the Assists stay in Asprustum for a while and help Helos deal with administrative affairs. They believed that with Helos' serious attitude and learning, he would soon be able to govern independently. After waiting for a while, there was still only Helos. Cornelis had no choice but to announce that the candidate for the chief executive of Asprustum was Helos. I agree with Helos as the chief executive of Asprustum. He is the most suitable candidate. The Devers were the first to express their support. Chapter 235. Helos thanked Cornelis for his compliment. I'll ask Amandalera to recommend a suitable patrol captain, the Devers said. Cornelis immediately perked up. Go ahead, Sir Consul. Epiphanes. He'll make an excellent patrol captain, the Devers said confidently, pointing to the back row. Huh. Epthenis, who was talking to Xpit in a low voice, did not expect to be called. Why me? He asked in surprise. So that you can focus more on the administration of the alliance and be a good role model for your soldiers instead of wasting your time on the youngsters of Dionia, the Devers said half-jokingly. The crowd burst into laughter. Everyone knew that Epthenis liked handsome young men. Many elders had the same hobby, but Epthenis was more obvious about it. It was not only a fashion but also a tradition for the Greeks to like young men and guide them. Although the Devers did not like it, they still showed their respect and did not want to force the change. Apart from that, what the Devers admired the most about Epthenis was his ability to think calmly on the battlefield and react flexibly in complex situations. He always completed the tasks given to him and even exceeded expectations. Under the pressure of divers and the repeated pleas of Cornelis, Epithenes had no choice but to agree. Epthenis' helpless expression made Amyntas and the rest burst into laughter again. It was already past noon when the meeting went on. Cornelis announced a half-hour recess. The slaves who had been waiting outside the Senate immediately came in and gave their masters food and water to fill their stomachs. The Devers did not have any free time even after the half-hour recess. He munched on his bread while discussing with Scambres and Helos about the problems they needed to solve after taking office, as well as how the two cities could cooperate and strengthen communication to deal with any situation that might arise in the south. Then, Kunigarata found him to discuss the arrangement of the 5 new Senate elders. As an elder of the Senate, his family should naturally be settled in Turin so that it would be convenient for him to perform his duties. Even if he became the governor of another city, he would not move away from his mansion in Turin. After all, the governor only served for 2 years, while the elders served for life. There was still a lot of unused public land in Turin that was under the control of the Senate and would not be given away easily. Allocating a small piece of land for the new elder to build a house was naturally not free of charge. The Land of Dionysia Act clearly stipulated that even if divers wanted to buy the land, he would still have to pay the market price. Due to the influx of people over the past year, the price of residential land in Turin had risen again. The price would rise even more after Dionia defeated Crotone. Kunigarata hoped that the Senate would sell the land to the new elders at the original price in order to show the sincerity of the Senate of Dionia and appease the newcomers. The Devers agreed. He also considered that if any of the 5 new Cremissa elders could not afford the money, the national treasury could pay for it first and repay it later. The half-hour break was over, and the Senate meeting continued. The Devers stood up and said his first proposal. Although Dionia won the war against Crotone this time, some problems were exposed. The most important and urgent one is the navy. As soon as the Devers' voice fell, it immediately resonated with the elders. The consul is right. In this war, the biggest loss that the Crotone caused us was their fleet's continuous onshore raids. They burned many Turin villages and killed many of our people. Until now, the civil servants of Turin are still having a headache trying to resettle the people and rebuild their homes. Kunigarata complained. If Dionia had a navy as strong as our army, Crotone would have surrendered when we won the war. There would be no need to surround Cremissa. Amyntas emphasized, the trade of the Dionia alliance is getting more and more prosperous. Dionia's territory is expanding rapidly. We need a strong fleet to protect our trade, to prevent our long coastline from being ambushed by enemy fleets, and our ports from being blockaded by enemy warships. Marigi reminded loudly, that's right. We need a strong navy to protect the safety of the Dionia alliance. The others agreed. Since we've reached a consensus, my suggestion is... The Devers looked at the others and said, other than speeding up the completion of the three-tiered or warships that are under construction, we'll build 7 more this year. I've asked Ananalos, and Turin's shipyards don't have enough docks to fulfill such a large order. Cremissa also has a larger shipyard that can build 3-tiered or warships. We can give them a small portion of the order to fulfill. In the future, we'll build 10 three-tiered or warships every year until we have 50 three-tiered or warships in 5 years. At the same time, we'll be equipped with 20 medium-sized warships, 100-man warships, and 10 small warships, 50-man warships. That way, we'll have a relatively strong Dionian navy with 80 warships. The others agreed that the plan was feasible. Only Mersis objected. No. This way, the Alliance will have to spend more than 100 talent every year. That's too much. Although it's a little too much, I think our treasury will be able to handle it. Last year, the treasury received more than 200 talent just from the land tax, rent tax, and trade tax. This year, Marigi's lowest estimate is that the treasury's revenue will at least double. When the Devers said this, many of the elders were shocked. Unknowingly, Dionia's treasury's revenue was almost equal to that of Tarantum and Crotone. Taking out a small portion of the money to build a fleet should be more than enough. Everyone, Lord Mersis. Actually, building 10 three-tiered or warships every year won't cost more than 100 talent. Marigi stood up and reminded everyone the cost of building a warship is mainly divided into 2 parts. One is the wood, and the other is the manufacturing cost. In the mountains of our Alliance's territory, especially in Lucania, there are countless high-quality cedar trees that are most suitable for building three-tiered or warships. I heard that Athens had a special agreement with Taurus. Every year, Taurus had to provide Athens with a certain amount of shipbuilding wood. There was indeed such an agreement. Taurus had to provide Athens with at least 1,000 pieces of shipbuilding wood every year, and if necessary, the number could be doubled, Enanilus said. Back then, in order to complete this agreement, the Taurus had cut down a lot of trees for decades. Although they earned some money from the wood, the older cedar trees in the mountains around Taurus became fewer and fewer. Moreover, there were more than a dozen large shipyards in Athens, so there was no need for them to build ships in Taurus. Enanilus's family had always complained about this. Later, because of excessive logging, many barren hills appeared around Taurus. Only then did the people discover this drawback. They began to buy wood from other Greek city-states and resell it to Athens, earning a little bit of the difference. In the later stages of the war between Athens and Sparta, we were forced to cancel this agreement after the Spartan navy gained the upper hand, Kinagarata added. Devers nodded. After becoming the alliance consul, he understood this agreement. He even believed that when General Pericles of Athens agreed to build Taurus and called for the establishment of a great pan-Hellenic city-state, one of the real strategic purposes was for wood. Athens had 2 natural flaws. First, it didn't produce a lot of food, and it had to rely on imports to maintain the huge population of the city-state. Therefore, along the coast of Greece to the Black Sea, it built many colonies or controlled city-states in key locations, such as Byzantium, to ensure the smooth transportation of food from the Black Sea. It needed a powerful navy, and the people of Athens were ambitious to establish a powerful Mediterranean Greek city-state alliance, so they needed a powerful navy even more. However, the second flaw of Athens was that it didn't have a lot of forests, and it didn't have trees that could make high-quality warships. Also, with the size of Athens' navy and merchant ships, the amount of wood they needed was massive. Therefore, finding wood for ships became a strategic issue that determined whether Athens could maintain its strength or not. Egypt didn't have forests. Persia had wood, but they wouldn't sell it to the enemy, Athens. Northern Greece and Thrace had forests, but they were inland, and it was difficult to cut and transport the wood. Therefore, Greece, which was surrounded by the Apennines Mountains, became an important place for Athens to buy wood, and Taurus, which was built by the people of Athens, was the main source of wood. Therefore, I asked the Senate to discuss a plan to allow the slaves of the alliance to cut a certain number of cedars every year to make wood for the warships. It doesn't cost a single opal. As for the production fee, Marigi looked at Enanilus and jokingly said, I think Mr. Enanilus will not charge too much. Enanilus smiled helplessly. Everyone felt that Marigi's words made sense, and the worry about the cost dissipated a lot. But have you considered the maintenance of these warships after they are built? It's also not a small cost. Merges sat unconvinced. Inanalis and I have discussed this issue before, Devers said. Inanalis nodded to show that it was true. When there is no war, of course, we won't leave the warships idle at the docks, other than a small number of them patrolling the coast of the Alliance, and some of them in the docks for maintenance. The rest can be used as guards for merchant ships, especially on the route from the Adriatic Sea to the mainland of Greece, where pirate attacks are frequent. They can also temporarily serve as large cargo ships to transport goods to friendly city-states. You see, not only can we earn maintenance fees for our Navy, but we can also train the crew's sailing skills at the same time. Isn't that good? After Devers said his thoughts, Merges stopped talking. Chapter 236. The senators looked at each other and did not speak for a while. The former mercenary senators were proficient in land battles, but not in naval ones. The Lucaria senators knew how to fight in the mountains, but were fearful of the sea. Amendola had no ports or warships, so the senators naturally had no experience in naval battles. The only ones left were the Turris senators. Cunigrata looked at the others and said, I recommend Inanalis, who was originally a general of the Turris navy. The other Turris senators also expressed their agreement. The Devers also recognized Inanalis's talent in this area, or they would not have discussed with him about the establishment of the navy. The only worry was that Inanalis's family owned a shipyard, and the Devers were worried that he would use it for his own personal gain. But on second thought, the shrewd and stingy Merces was not easy to fool. Compared to the talented army, there were too few people who knew how to fight on the sea. Devers sighed in his heart. In the end, Inanalis successfully became the commander of the navy of Dionia. He said with an excited expression, We, Dionia, have strong heavy infantry. I no longer have to worry about our warships being burnt to the ground before they even leave the port. It seemed that when Turris was captured by Crotone, he was still brooding over the fact that Turris warships were either destroyed or captured. The army of Dionia has already made a name for itself. What I can do is to lead this new navy to actively cooperate with the army and create a greater victory for the alliance of Dionia. After Inanalis finished speaking, all the senators, including Amyntas, smiled and applauded Inanalis's inauguration. Polixis stared at Inanalis's back, a hint of a smile on his face. The second proposal of the Devers was about the construction of the road from Castellan to Cremissa to Espusdum. As soon as this proposal was made, it was unanimously approved by all the senators. The Dionia alliance had already enjoyed the benefits of building the avenue. Even if the Devers did not mention it, the other elders would have made similar proposals. By this time, the people of Dionia had developed quite a difference of opinion from the rest of the Greeks. They no longer believed that a city only needed to be well connected by sea and did not need to think much about roads. Not only did they care about sea routes, but they also believed that building good roads was an essential infrastructure for the development of a city. However, the Devers' second proposal did not end there. He continued, When we besieged Cremissa, the messengers sent messages between Turiae and Cremissa every day. They traveled more than 100 miles back and forth, and the horses were exhausted. Sometimes important messages could not be delivered in time. As the territory of the Dionia alliance expands, the cities at the border will only get further away from Turiae. How can we keep abreast of the situation in the other cities of Dionia so that the Senate can respond to any sudden incidents in time? The Devers' question caused everyone to ponder. We have merchant ships that come and go frequently, so we can keep abreast of the situation in the other cities. We can set up a special kind of boat to deliver letters. It's fast and doesn't consume horses, Marigi suggested. There are several problems with using the sea route to deliver letters. First, ships can't sail during storms, especially in winter. Second, this is only suitable for port cities. Inland cities like Nudum and Asplustum can't deliver letters. Third, during war, it's easy to be intercepted because the sea is too big to be completely defended. Moreover, the army can't always march along the coastline. So how can urgent orders and letters be delivered from the ship to the commander in time? The Devers pointed out the drawbacks of using ships to deliver messages. Marigi was speechless. He said embarrassedly, "Sir, I haven't thought about it yet. It seems that we still have to go by land. We are now building roads to connect all the cities of Dionia. This way, it should be faster and more convenient to use mules and horses to deliver letters," Cornelis said. "You're right. We should prioritize the land route and supplement it with the sea route. I think what we should do now is to arrange for specialized public officials to be responsible for the delivery of letters and make it a daily affair of the city-state. So, I suggest that the Alliance set up a post office," the Devers said confidently. "A post office." When everyone heard the Devers say this word, they found it strange. It was obviously coined by the Devers themselves. The main function of the post office is to receive letters and parcels from the people of Dionia and then deliver these things to the recipients. The Devers gestured with his hands and explained patiently, "We will set up a post office in every city with public officials. They will receive and deliver letters every day. At the same time, we will set up courier stations every 40 to 50 miles on the main roads, and they will also be staffed with public officials. There will be simple hotels in the courier stations, and horses will be kept. When the messengers arrive at the courier stations, they can rest and drink water before continuing on their journey. In this way, while the post office serves the people during normal times, news from other cities will be gathered through it to the Senate every day so that we can understand what is happening in the territory of Dionia. And during wartime, the messengers of the army can use our main road system to go to various courier stations to replenish food and water, change horses, and quickly convey the orders of the army. This is a wonderful idea, as expected of the favored." Kinigarada could not help but praise. If the post office is established, not only will it be convenient for the army and the people, but it will also strengthen the relationship between the people of various cities. The cities of the Alliance of Dionia will become closer. I think, in the future, we can also set up a post office in our alliance to strengthen our communication with them. As an experienced former consul, Kinigarada could see the bright future that the establishment of a post office would bring to the Alliance of Dionia at a glance. "I hope the post office can be established as soon as possible. When I reach Cremissa, I won't have to worry too much about my children." Scombros said happily, "I heard that you always scold, they don't listen to you, and you don't want to live with them, right?" Strompoli asked, pretending to be curious. Scombros raised his head. "You don't have children, you don't understand. Don't talk nonsense." His words almost caused Strompoli to quarrel with him. Everyone laughed and tried to calm them down. Merzes stood up with a bitter expression. "Consul, we have to build a post office and relay station. How much will the cost of these buildings, the salaries of the civil servants, and the cost of rearing the horses be spent on the national treasury?" Without the need for the Devers to explain, Marigi spoke first. "Mercies, do you still not understand? Does the post office need to pay for delivering letters and parcels to the people? There are hotels in the courier stations. Do people need to pay to stay there? I really don't know how you became a financial officer." Marigi seized the opportunity to make a run at Mercies. Mercies didn't mind. Instead, he asked the Devers anxiously, "Do we need to pay for delivering a letter? How much?" The Devers nodded. "The main purpose of setting up a post office is to deliver messages and make it convenient for the people, so it can't be too expensive. I think 1 letter for 1 opal is enough. As for the delivery of parcels, the price depends on their size and weight. Let Marigi and the person in charge of the post office discuss this. 1 letter for 1 opal. I think the people will be happy to accept this price. I'm afraid the post office will be very busy in the future." Cornelis smiled. "Because after we distribute the land this time, many of the citizens' land will be distributed to different cities. We need this post office to deliver messages and strengthen the management of the land. Cornelis's words resonated with many of the elders, not just the ordinary citizens, but also the land they were distributing. Therefore, they all agreed with the Devers' proposal. Mercies was still calculating the income of the post office. When he realized that the income was considerable, he immediately asked, "Will the income of the post office be handed over to the national treasury?" After deducting the salaries of civil servants and various costs, the remaining income will naturally be handed over to the national treasury. The Devers' words made Mercy smile. In addition, I propose to set up a road bureau. It will be responsible for the planning, construction, maintenance of all the roads in the Alliance, as well as the management of roadside facilities. The Devers' proposal received the approval of the elders. They enjoyed the benefits of the road, but at the same time they knew that after a road was built, it needed long-term professional maintenance. Otherwise, it would become dilapidated in a few years. In the future, there will be a fee for using the road, right? Mercies looked at the Devers hopefully. For free, Divers spat out 2 words. Building a road between cities will cost at least 30 talent. This does not include the cost of the land, because the land used for the road was planned before the land was distributed to the citizens. It belongs to the Alliance, so there is no need to spend money. Otherwise, including the price of buying the land, the cost would be many times higher. The subsequent maintenance costs are also being spent at any time. Can't we charge a little money? Mercies pleaded. Roads are different from the post office. If we charge a fee, most of the citizens can choose not to use the road we built. This will not affect their travel. On the contrary, it will cause the road we worked so hard to build to serve the citizens. But in the end, only a few people use it. This goes against the original purpose of building the road, the Devers explained seriously. Chapter 237. Everyone thought about it and shook their heads. Athens might be the wealthiest, but it could not provide so many benefits to its citizens. As a city-state with a long history, there were too many vested interest groups, deep-rooted legal systems, and traditional ideologies. It could not do all that the emerging city-state alliance of Dionia could do, even though it was considered to be very considerate of its citizens among the Greek city-states. Can the powerful Persia of the Mediterranean do all this? Plesines asked loudly again. Everyone shook their heads. Persia was a dictatorship where the nobles oppressed the civilians, and the Persia oppressed the other races. Then Dionia is the Elysium of the Greek city-states. I believe that after the Greeks know the rights that our citizens enjoy, they will definitely pour into Dionia more actively. Plesines said with certainty. Plesines's guess should be right. Before the war with Crotone, the number of free citizens in the port of Turin had been increasing, and after the war we fulfilled our promise and even distributed land to the preparatory citizens. There will definitely be more immigrants pouring into Dionia. We need to make preparations to settle them down. Kinigarada took over the conversation and reminded everyone in advance. Everyone was both happy and worried when they heard that. Now, please allow me to add one more right for the citizens of Dionia. Devers continued. I noticed that when everyone heard Kinigarada say that more immigrants will come to Dionia, they all seemed a little worried. Worried about what? I think it's more that they are worried that the Dionia Alliance will not be able to maintain good order in the city. They are worried that with so many immigrants, most of them are civilians without education. When they all become citizens of Dionia, the overall quality of our citizens will decline. It will decline rapidly. Lord Devers is right. Turin Senator Massos immediately stood up and loudly criticized. Now there are already such signs in Turin, especially in the port. The new immigrants with all kinds of accents are rude and uneducated. They curse and fight at the drop of a hat. I heard that the port patrol has to deal with dozens of conflicts a day. Isn't that right, Kinigarada? Kinigarada shook his head and said seriously, it's not that serious. If a free citizen wants to smoothly become a citizen of the Alliance, they don't dare to break the law. According to statistics, there are no more than 5 cases a day, and most of them settle themselves before the patrols arrive. Massasokus asked for a snub and muttered, 3 or 4 conflicts a day, that's not a small number. Polixus looked at Massasokus, his eyes flashing. Devers smiled and said, because of these problems, my next proposal is to set up a school in Turiai. All the citizens of Dionia can send their children to the school to learn literacy, arithmetic, drawing, music, and sports after paying a small fee school. Everyone pondered over this new term. At this time, the Athens school had not yet been established. The Greeks' method of education mainly relied on wealthy nobles and the rich to hire private tutors, and by learned slaves to educate their children. Or famous scholars opened private schools, charged exorbitant tuition fees, and recruited disciples. It was still unheard of for the city-state to fund the construction of a school, to collectively educate the children of its citizens. But the senators were very interested, and most of them felt that this could really help solve the problem of the low literacy of the citizens of Dionia, so they all stood up and asked questions. Devers was very familiar with schools. Combining the experience of his previous life with the reality of this life, he easily answered their questions. For example, Amyntas asked, what if the citizens also want to study in the school? Devers answered, set up a special class in the school to educate adults. Its curriculum and education methods are different from children's, so it is convenient to quickly eliminate illiteracy. For example, Kunigarata asked, the children are of different ages and have different levels of education. How can they benefit and improve in the school? Devers answered, set up 3 levels of education: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Children who have never learned anything will enter the beginner class and begin to learn how to read, count, and read articles. For those who are already literate and have a certain foundation in arithmetic, they will enter the intermediate class and learn how to use words to form sentences, write articles, and do complex calculations. The advanced class will mainly master rhetoric, speech, debate, and calculate a large number of complex data. This is to prepare for the cultivation of high-level talents such as lawyers, accountants, and intermediate officials. The senators were satisfied with the detailed answers of Devers. Even Kunigarata, who rarely praised others in public, could not help but exclaim, Senor Consul, I now really think that you have the blessing of the gods. Otherwise, it is impossible for you to come up with so many wonderful ideas and a complete implementation plan. Kunigarata's words were approved by the senators. Devers smiled and continued, I propose that Ansitanos be the person in charge of this school. Agreed. The elders all expressed their agreement. The most knowledgeable person in the Senate was undoubtedly Ansitanos, who was once a disciple of Herodotus. Of course, there were also people who thought that the Devers, who was rumored to be illiterate but had always been mysterious because of Pluto's revelation, had unfathomable knowledge. Ansitanos, who was sitting in the back row, was awakened and hurriedly shook his head and refused. I don't have time. The history of the Peloponnesus War written by Thucydides of Athens has been completed, and it is said that it has been very well received by the people of Athens, but I haven't even started writing my history of Great Greece. Under the repeated requests of the senators, Devers even promised everyone that all the senators would do their best to contribute materials for his creation, and if he wanted to interview someone, they would do their best to cooperate. Ansitanos reluctantly accepted, but he immediately began to complain, Sirs, it's not that I don't want to manage the school just now, but you have to know that there are thousands of children in the Dionia Alliance, including the city of Turiai, and you just said that you want them to learn Greek words, arithmetic, drawing, music, and so on. How many teachers do you need? The Dionia Alliance can't find so many teachers to teach the children. After hearing what he said, everyone immediately realized that this was indeed a problem. But Devers had obviously thought about it long ago, and he said unhurriedly, the Dionia Alliance doesn't have enough teachers, but the other city-states do. We are in urgent need of rosin, and we can reduce the tariff for it to encourage the merchants of Cyrenaica to ship it into the port of Turiai in large quantities to sell. We lack teachers, so of course we can make a preferential bill for them to encourage outstanding foreign scholars to come to Dionia. Am I right? The senators were deep in thought, and Ansetanos asked anxiously, "What kind of bill?" "My proposal is that all foreigners who come to Dionia to become teachers, even if they are slaves, will immediately be granted citizenship in Dionia. But the premise is that they first have to pass the assessment of a specialized agency of the Senate to determine that they have the ability to be teachers." Well, Ansetanos, you can take the lead in this assessment. But once they have citizenship and become teachers of the Alliance, they must devote their lives to teaching children. If they change professions halfway, their citizenship will be revoked immediately and they will be expelled. In addition, the citizenship of the Alliance only applies to the teachers themselves, and their children cannot inherit it unless they also become teachers. Everyone was moved by the Devers' proposal. Ansetanos, who did not care about being the school administrator at first, said with some excitement at this moment, "Since Lord Plazines and Kunigrada think that the Greeks are envious of the citizens of Dionia and want to become citizens of Dionia, then I think the situation of the lack of teachers in Dionia will soon change. I remember that there was Alliance bill specially made for doctors, and now there is a bill for teachers that is beneficial to them. My lords, doctors and teachers are the two sacred professions besides the priests of the gods. One heals the body, and the other improves the mind. I thank the governor for your vision. I also hope to get your support. The Senate of Dionia has fully demonstrated its respect for knowledge. It will make our alliance not only prosperous in trade, strong in military, but also glorious in culture. The alliance of Dionia will become a great city-state alliance." The meeting went on until dusk, and there were still 2 people who had proposals to make. The senators had to let the guards light the candles and continue the meeting. The first to speak was Scombras. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry for delaying your dinner time. I've just consulted Lord Devers, Capys, and Hieronymus in detail. I learned that there is a large swamp north of Cremissa. Especially in spring, when the rain floods, the swamp will expand outwards, affecting the road traffic and encroaching on the farmland. I'm wondering if we can invest a lot of labor to fill up the swamp and build a dam for the Lakili River. This will ensure the safety of the territory, prevent the outbreak of diseases, and add a large area of fertile land. You've just been elected as the governor of Cremissa. You haven't even taken office, but you've already begun to implement your management of Cremissa." Protesilaus joked with a smile. Chapter 238. Protesilaus shrugged and did not speak. The technology of draining and filling swamps, depressions, and tidal flats is a mature technology that is often used by us Greeks. The tourists used to build dams on the banks of the upper reaches of the Cosini River during the rainy season. We can do what Sir Scombras suggested. Kunigarata asked seriously, "But to fill such a large swamp area into farmland, we will need to invest a lot of manpower and resources. Have you considered all these? Didn't you just say that there will be a large influx of free people in Dionia in the future? We can recruit a large number of them to work on this project. For these free people who have made great contributions to the Dionia Alliance, not only should we shorten their citizen probation period as an incentive, we can also consider giving them land in the swamp area to encourage them to work harder. Also, we have to consider the breeding grounds of mosquitoes. I hope that Herpes can send doctors to help the sick at any time to prevent epidemics from happening." Scombras said incessantly. Although he had never been a governor of a city, he had put his heart and soul into his role as the governor of Cremissa. He used his long life experience to carefully consider the problem, so he was more thoughtful. "Of course, that's not a problem," Herpes said immediately. "We can provide help at any time. Mercies, don't feel bad about the money." Scombras turned to the financial officer and said loudly, "As long as the swamp area is successfully transformed, how much farmland can we provide? How much land tax can you collect? And these are available every year. Use your brain and think about it." Mercies raised his hand helplessly. Sir, don't think about it, I agree. Does anyone have any objections? Cornellos asked. Everyone, including the Devers, shook their heads. Scombros had settled this matter by himself. Wespa was the next to stand up. My lords, I have received news from Nudum. Potentia's army is approaching the Grimentum. Sinsing may be worried about the tribes of the Grimentum that he annexed by force, so he did not come out to fight. He defended the city of Grimentum and sent people to Nudum, hoping to ally with us against Potentia. Sinsing has a good idea. Devers smiled faintly. What do you think of this? Wespa hesitated for a moment, then said, I don't think there's a need to form an alliance with Picassus. The previous events have already proven that Sinsing is completely untrustworthy. Moreover, no matter who wins the battle between Potentia and Picassus, the strength of both sides will be weakened, which is very beneficial to Dionia. Devers was happy to see that Wespa could think this way. It meant that he was used to life in the alliance, which was why he would consider the interests of the alliance. Thus he said, Lord Wespa is right. Of course, we will not forcefully reject him. We will just say that Dionia has just gone through a war and needs to rest and reorganize, so we cannot start another war. Wespa nodded in understanding. At this time, Hegemon said, Not only Sinsing has expressed goodwill to us, but the tribes of the Grimentum have also secretly sent people to contact us, hoping to get our help in driving away the Pixie and Potentia people. What are they prepared to pay? Devers asked. They said, We are willing to let the Grimentum become a subsidiary of Dionia, Hegemon replied. This condition seems to be worth considering, Protesilaus said, a little tempted. Devers looked at him, then at the other senators who expressed their agreement, then sneered and said, These tribes once betrayed their great leader, Lazo, and later had a conflict with Pixie. The Grimentum wants to use this statement to make Dionia start a war with the two major forces of Lucaria, Potentia, and Pixie. Is this even possible? Now that Cremissa and Espusdum need a large number of citizens and prospective citizens to settle down, the army of Dionia will need to reorganize and divide up the areas for a period of time, so there is no way they can send enough soldiers to Lucaria. Besides, Bagul, how effective do you think our heavy infantry can be in the Lucaria mountains? Bagul thought for a moment, then said frankly, We were able to seize Nudum because of a sneak attack, not a direct confrontation with the Lucanian warriors. However, if the heavy infantry were to fight with the Lucanian warriors in the mountains, I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to gain the upper hand. Just walking on the mountain roads will consume a lot of the soldiers' energy, not to mention that we are not familiar with the terrain. On the narrow mountain roads, the enemy does not need to fight us head-on at all. They only need to push a few stones to make us suffer heavy losses, not to mention the difficulty of transporting food. Bagul is right. When we had to pass through the mountains to Armenia in Persia, we often encountered similar difficulties. No matter how brave the heavy infantry is, they would not be able to play a role at all. Alexis immediately said, and then the former mercenary senators also expressed their agreement with Bagul's words. Even the elders with the most combat experience were not optimistic about fighting in the mountains, which made Protesilaus feel a little ashamed. However, he was able to recognize his mistake and said embarrassedly, It seems that the consecutive victories recently have made me a little proud. The senators who agreed to accept the Grimentum tribe's conditions also lowered their heads in shame. In the past, in Turiae and Amendola, war was a painful thing. However, ever since the Devers came, it seemed that victory was easy, giving everyone the illusion that the soldiers of Dionia were invincible. Thus, everyone began to become a little arrogant. However, the Devers did not lose their vigilance. He clearly remembered that when Rome began to conquer the Italian mainland, the biggest obstacle they encountered was not the coastal Greek city-states, nor was it the tough Gaul tribes in the north, but the Simonians in the central mountains. When the Roman heavy infantry who dominated the plains attacked the Simonians in the mountains, it was almost impossible for them to advance. The battle lasted for decades, during which the Roman people suffered several defeats and were forced to beg for peace in humiliation. Of course, the Devers did not want to repeat the mistakes of Rome. Are we not going to attack Lucania? Your Excellency Consul, don't forget that you promised us to occupy Lucania municipality. At this time, someone stood up and questioned the Devers. It was Polixus. Cunigrata, Buccos, and the others all frowned. Capus, Amintes, and the others were even more hesitant, but the Devers looked calm. We are not attacking Lucania municipality, but it does not mean that we will give it up. The war between Potentia and Pixie will undoubtedly affect the small tribes scattered in the land near the Gramentum and the ordinary people in the city. Hegemon told me that the Lucanians who escaped to Nudum said that Pixie and Potentia are plundering their cattle, sheep, and belongings, and forcibly recruiting them as vanguards. Yes, Your Excellency Consul. When these people arrived in Nudum and saw that the Lucanians who had become citizens of Dionia were living a prosperous life, they were very envious. Now, they all hope that peace can be restored in the Gramentum, so that they can continue to live a quiet life under the protection of a powerful force. Hemont said solemnly, and the only one who can help them realize this beautiful wish is us, Dionia. So, please send more people around the Gramentum. It would be best if they can sneak into the city, so that these Lucanians who have been hurt by the war can understand this. The Devers instructed. Hemont nodded in agreement. Bagul, after you go back, tell Sesta to gather all the young Lucanians in Nudum, and you will train them according to the original Lucanian way of fighting. However, it is best to follow the current way of organizing the troops, because it will be more disciplined. Also, make sure to keep it a secret. Don't let the enemy in the north know. The Devers' words made Bagul excited, and he asked, When do we attack? Wait for the right time. The Devers spat out a sentence, then looked around at everyone and said in a firm tone, I would rather let Potentia and Galagusso become Dionia's vassals than let the Gramentum be out of our control. The location of the Gramentum city is very important. It controls the land routes to the north, east, and west of Italy, so it must be controlled by Dionia personally. The Crotone troops had just arrived at Silatina, and after meeting up with a small number of reinforcements sent by Trine and Silatina, they continued south. The Crotone fleet had been sailing south and had long passed Silatina and was about to reach the sea near Corunna. At this time, the scout ship at the front sent back a message. Lochley's fleet was spotted in the sea ahead, about 40 ships. The commander of the Crotone navy, Ascamas, immediately ordered the fleet to slow down, lower the sails, line up, and prepare for battle. Soon, the warships that received the order gathered together, forming a formation with the 3-tier or warship in the center, and the other warships of different sizes on both sides, sailing as close to the coast as possible. Because it was the east wind, even though the sails were lowered, the sailors could still use the wind to save some energy, so the fleet tried to seize the upper hand. Before the formation was completed, Lochley's fleet had already appeared less than a nautical mile away from them. Ascamas decisively ordered, Speed up and prepare to attack. Chapter 239. Although Lochley's fleet had fewer warships, they did not hesitate to launch an attack. The warships of both sides quickly sailed towards each other and intersected with each other. However, Lochley's warships did not stop and continued to advance, which was out of the expectations of Crotone's fleet. Thus, after paying a small price of 1 or 2 warships, they easily broke away from Crotone's fleet. Were the Rockley fleet trying to escape? Ascamas was surprised to see the Rockley fleet's performance. However, the Rockley fleet's actions once again surprised him. After putting some distance between them and the Crotone fleet, the Rockley fleet turned around again and assumed an attacking stance. Ascamas did not think too much about it. Why did the Rockley fleet do this? His fleet also responded accordingly. The two fleets quickly approached each other again, but this time the Rockley fleet did not escape. The warships of both sides clashed and collided with each other. Battles at sea were different from those on land. Battles on land were extremely particular about formation. Once the formation was broken, it usually meant defeat. On the other hand, once a battle at sea began, the formation would be broken. It was usually a one-on-one duel between warships. Victory depended on the quality of the warship and the skills of the captain and sailors. Crotone and Rockley had been enemies for decades, so they knew each other very well. Escamas was very clear about the strength of the fleet, the composition of the crew, and even the characteristics of the commanders. He firmly believed that with the 6 extra 3-layered oars in his fleet, which had a total advantage of 10 warships over the Rockley fleet, it was only a matter of time before they won this battle. During the battle, Escama's warship retreated quickly and skillfully, narrowly avoiding the enemy ship's attack on the middle of the warship. After the danger was averted, the enemy ship landed horizontally in front of the bow of his warship, the bronze ram. This was a great opportunity. How could he let it go? He immediately ordered the sailors to quickly regroup, and the ship quickly moved forward. However, the enemy ship also quickly turned its bow towards Escama's ship. Although the enemy ship's reaction was fast, the experienced Escamas did not give up. As the warship approached the enemy ship and was about to cross paths, Escamas shouted, "Retract!" The boatswain, who was listening to the order in the lower cabin, immediately relayed it to the sailors. The well-trained sailors immediately pulled back the oars. The enemy ship had just turned the bow and had not yet had the time to pull back the oars. The 20-meter-long 3-story or ship used the huge inertia of the forward charge to smash most of the wooden oars of the enemy ship that was close to it, causing the enemy ship to fall into a predicament where it could not move forward without oars. Just as the sailors were cheering and Escamas was about to turn his ship around and sink it, a fleet of more than 20 triple hulls suddenly appeared behind Crotone's fleet and immediately launched an attack on Crotone's ships. The Crotone fleet was in danger of being attacked from both the north and the south. In the end, the Crotone fleet suffered a crushing defeat. 15 ships were sunk, 8 were captured, and 10 were severely damaged. Escamas led a few warships out of the enemy's encirclement. On the way to Crotone, Escamas kept thinking in frustration. Where did Rockley's extra warships come from? The victory of the naval battle encouraged Rockley's army that was besieging Coruña. The next morning, when Crotone's reinforcements arrived near Coruña, Rockley's army ignored the fatigue of attacking Coruña and immediately launched a battle. Crotone's army did not shy away from the challenge. Therefore, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle in the suburbs north of Coruña. In terms of military strength, Rockley had the advantage, but because they had to divide part of their forces to besiege Coruña, the two sides had almost the same number of people. However, Rockley's army was mostly made up of heavy infantry and light armor, while Crotone's light infantry, which was made up of 5,000 carefully selected free people, had an obvious advantage. Because Rockley's general was worried about the impact of Crotone's heavy infantry, he thickened the formation. On the other hand, Crotone's army had learned a lot from the bitter battle with the Dionysian army due to their limited resources. After the formation was completed, they immediately sent their light infantry forward to attack. Rockley's light infantry were too few in number and were quickly defeated. Then, Crotone's light infantry began to throw javelins at Rockley's army, and Rockley's light infantry suffered a lot of casualties. Under such circumstances, Rockley's army immediately blew the horn to attack. Faced with the overwhelming charge of the heavy infantry, Crotone's light infantry did not have the strict organization and discipline of Dionysia's light infantry, nor did they have experienced veterans to stabilize their morale. They also did not have excellent light infantry generals like Epitines, Xpit, and Alpines to lead them, and they did not have the stimulation of citizenship, land, and other material rewards. Moreover, the dense formation of Crotone's heavy infantry did not have any extra space for them to retreat, so they could only flee from the battlefield in panic. As a result, many of the light infantry did not manage to escape in time and died under the charge of Rockley's heavy infantry. When they finally escaped, under the efforts of their general, the light infantry tried to regroup, but they were immediately ambushed by Rockley's cavalry and dispersed once again. However, the harassment of the light infantry had also exhausted and distracted Rockley's infantry. Now, only infantrymen were left on the battlefield. One side had just escaped from the abyss of suffering in Daionia and had not fully recovered. The other side had continuously attacked Coruña and did not have enough rest. One side had fewer soldiers, but they had the belief to wash away the humiliation and defend their territory. The other side had more soldiers, but they had suffered a blow from the light infantry, and their morale was slightly low. After fighting for nearly 2 hours, Rockley finally could not hold on any longer and retreated from the battlefield. In this battle, Crotone and Rockley suffered similar casualties, about 2,000 people, but most of Crotone's casualties were free citizens. Although Rockley was defeated, its casualties were not serious, and it withdrew from the siege of Coruña. Crotone's reinforcements successfully entered Coruña and were warmly welcomed by the people in the city. But the situation was not in Crotone's favor. Rockley's army retreated to the south of Coruña and set up camp, but they were still eyeing Coruña. Rockley's fleet cruised the sea and blocked Crotone's sea routes. The pain that Daionia had suffered was now being experienced by Crotone. At this time, Ciudad Crotone had already sent out all of its elite soldiers, but Rockley still had some strength left. 2 days later, 1,000 Rockley soldiers landed on the coast between Crotone and Silatina, burning and looting along the way, and invaded Crotone's territory north. After the shock of the naval defeat, the people of Crotone heard the news of Rockley's invasion, and they panicked again. The council, on the other hand, blamed Lucius for his stubbornness, leaving the city empty and unable to send troops to repel the enemy's invasion. Lucius did not refute the council's criticism. He was also shocked by the defeat of the fleet. At this time, he could only propose that the council mobilize the whole city, and at the same time, send messengers to Daionia and Esprustum to ask for help. In this situation, Crotone actually had no other way. It was just that the war with Daionia had just ended, and the whole of Ciudad Crotone's cursing of Daionia had not disappeared. At this moment, they had to beg for help again. Both the councillors and the people were a little embarrassed. Esprustum was not far from Crotone, and Sesprotus spurred on his horse and arrived at the south gate of Esprustum in less than 2 hours. Although Daionia and Crotone had made peace, Esprustum's defense did not relax. Instead, it was even tighter. There were teams of sentries patrolling back and forth on the city wall, and there were guards stationed in front of the city gate. Although there were only a few pedestrians entering and leaving the city gate, they still carried out their duties seriously. This allowed Sesprotus to patiently accept the interrogation of the guards. When the city guard captain appeared in front of him again, he brought with him the order of the governor, Helos. He was allowed to enter. As soon as he entered the city, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The main street under his feet was not very wide, and some people were digging ditches with T-picks on both sides of the street. Some people were using hammers and awls to beat the stones piled up on the roadside, and then laid the cut stones on the dirt road. Some people were demolishing some buildings that blocked the road and building new brick walls, moving soil, stones, garbage. Countless strong men were busy, turning this place into a large construction site. Everyone was working in full swing, and almost no one stopped what they were doing to look at him. "What are they doing?" Sesprotus asked curiously. The city guard captain replied, "Because we will be moving here in the future, so we are building our own home. The roads in this city are too narrow and the roads are uneven. Garbage and sewage are everywhere." The captain mentioned a lot of the city's shortcomings, and Sesprotus was amused. He often came to Esprustum and felt that it was no different from Tarentum. There were none of the problems mentioned by the people of Daionia. He immediately asked, "You are not Greeks, are you?" "We are Lucarians, but we are citizens of Daionia." The city guard captain said loudly, "You speak Greek well." Sesprotus praised him, and then changed the topic. I heard that the Lucania region is full of mountains, barren land, and people often don't have enough to eat. I didn't expect you to care so much about your living environment. Chapter 240. The captain continued in a loud voice. The engineers of the Legion often tell us, building flat roads can make it convenient for us to walk. Digging ditches can take away sewage and garbage. Keeping the city clean and elevated water bridges can lead clear streams directly into the city, saving us the trouble of going back and forth to fetch water, so that we can continue to use water. Chief Executive Helos also told us that Lord Devers said, all the facilities for the convenience of the people in Turin should be built in other cities of Dionia, so that every citizen of Dionia can enjoy a clean and convenient life, whether in Turin or in other cities. The captain's excited voice attracted the attention of some of the working soldiers. Fearing that it might cause some misunderstanding, Sesprotus did not say anything more. The captain also did not want to say anything more to this messenger of Crotone, who looked down on the Lucanians. Sesprotus moved forward in silence. He even saw some people who looked like scholars measuring something with instruments at the corner of the street. It was a right-angle measuring instrument, used to measure whether the building was vertical, and some people drew lines on the side of the road with lime powder, telling the soldiers where to dig ditches. Everyone looked very focused, which touched Sesprotus somewhat. The Greeks could build solemn and magnificent temples, large-scale arenas, exquisite and sturdy theaters. They had the most advanced construction technology in the Mediterranean Sea in this era, but they would not apply it to the infrastructure to improve the lives of the people. The people were also used to the simple material life, devoting their energy to the political life, sports, competitions, and drama of the city-state. It seemed that only the people of Dionia invested a lot of manpower and material resources in the infrastructure that other Greek city-states were unwilling to do. Sesprotus had not been to the newly built Turin, but the avenue of Dionia was quite famous in the whole of southern Italy. It seemed that even the barbarians of the Lucaria Mountains yearned for the way of life created by Dionia. There must be something attractive about it, Sesprotus thought to himself. Unknowingly, he arrived at the city hall of Asprausturm and saw Helos, who had just taken office for less than 2 days, and assists, the temporary garrison officer. After listening to Sesprotus' request, Helos and the assists were a little surprised. They had just fought a bloody battle with the Crotone, and in the blink of an eye they had become allies. The Crotone, who were once enemies, were now asking them for help. Even though these two generals had been on the battlefield for a long time, it was still difficult for them to accept it emotionally. Helos said cautiously, helping Crotone defend Rockley means that Dionia will declare war on Rockley. This is not a decision we can make. We need the approval of the Dionia Senate. Of course we understand. Our other emissary has already boarded a speedboat and is rushing to Turiae. However, Rockley's army has invaded our land, burning our villages and slaughtering our people. When the order from the Dionia Senate arrives, how many people in Crotone will lose their lives? How many houses will be burned down? Sesprotus begged bitterly. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Dionia has always kept its promises since its establishment. As an ally of Crotone, are we just going to watch the people of Crotone suffer and do nothing? The two generals, who did not have much political experience, felt a little embarrassed. Assists tried his best to persuade Sesprotus to leave, saying that the matter was of great importance and that they needed to discuss it. Assists forced Sesprotus, who was wiping his tears, to leave. When he returned to the hall, Helos had regained his composure after some thought. Assists, I am ready to agree to the request of the Crotone emissary. I will send troops to the west bank of the Tecanati River to prevent the Rockley people from entering the core area of Crotone. What? You are going to start a war with Rockley without the permission of the Senate. Lord Devers will be very angry. Assists recalled how Sesta made a decision on his own in Newdom and caused him to be criticized by the Devers. He immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. No, definitely not. Who said that we must start a war with the Rockley people just because we want to stop them. We can do this. Helos carefully stated his considerations. After listening, Assists carefully thought about it and showed some concern. Isn't this too risky? What if Rockley really attacks our troops, regardless of everything? What should we do? Assists, you have to know that although the Dionia alliance has only been established for less than a year, our reputation in Greece is very high. Not only because of our military victories, but also because Lord Devers has always led us to adhere to our beliefs. When we were very weak, we still didn't give up on our alliance with the tourists when we were facing the threat of the powerful Crotone. Now, our ally is begging us for help. If we don't help them when we can, then what will be the effect of the Defense Alliance Treaty that we have just signed with Crotone? What will the Crotone people think? When we came here, Lord Devers and the Senate warned us to maintain a peaceful and friendly relationship with Crotone. Can it be done? Will the other Greek city-states still believe that we, Dionia, can keep our promise? I know Lord Devers. In this situation, he will definitely send troops to protect Crotone without hesitation. If Rockley dares to attack, he will not hesitate to launch a counterattack. After Helos finished his speech, the assists were moved. He defended himself in a low voice. It's not that I don't agree to send troops. I just want to get Lord Devers's instructions first. This round trip will take more than a day. By the time the order arrives, the Rockley people might have already crossed the Tekanati River and caused great damage to Crotone's outskirts. Since we want to help Crotone, we must appear when they need us the most. Helos's expression was firm and his words were forceful. The assists were moved. All right, I agree to send troops. However, we must send a messenger to Turis urgently to inform them of our decision. That's right. Helos nodded. Sesprotus received a message from Helos. Dionia will fulfill the covenant and send troops to help Crotone defend their territory. He was so excited that he repeatedly thanked Helos and the assists. As soon as Helos made the decision to go to war, the entire assists began to move. 2,500 Legio III soldiers were quickly gathered and led by the assists. They immediately set off to the south. Helos only left 500 soldiers to guard the city. Rockley's 1,000-strong assault team did not encounter any resistance. They successfully approached the Tekanati River, leaving behind a trail of ruins. If it was a few hundred years ago in the Archaic era, the war between cities was still considered warm. Both sides would agree on a time and place for the battle. Before the battle, there would even be duels between warriors. The victorious side rarely pursued the enemy, but now the war between cities was very tragic. Many of the defeated side cities were destroyed. Therefore, when the stronger side attacked, the weaker side could only hide in the city to defend. Therefore, the attacker was unwilling to attack the city by force. Instead, they chose to destroy the farmland, burn the villages, slaughter the people, and other atrocities to force the other side to come out and fight. This was a common thing. For example, during the Peloponnesus War, Sparta attacked Athens by land. Athens knew that they could not compete with Sparta on land, so they let the people hide inside the long walls of Athens, causing the Peloponnesus to trample Attica into a desolate wilderness. These methods could also weaken the enemy's will to fight, just like what the Dionia soldiers did in the northern plains of Crotone and the Crotone soldiers in the Sabari plains. The decades of hatred between Rockley and Crotone gave the Rockley people another purpose when they did these things, to vent their anger. Therefore, they were very thorough in their actions, which slowed down the speed of their march. Hearing that the Tekanati River was not far ahead, Rockley soldiers could not wait to cross it immediately and rush into the heart of Crotone to burn, kill, and loot. When they excitedly rushed to the west bank of the Tekanati River, they found that there was an army blocking their way. Diapantos was the general leading the Rockley troops. He muttered in his heart, "Didn't the Navy say that Crotone had sent out all their soldiers and the city was empty? Could it be that these are the newly recruited free people?" He looked over and saw that the army in front of him was lined up neatly in a phalanx. Each of them was tall and straight, wearing helmets, breastplates, greaves, round shields, and bayonets. They were fully equipped with heavy infantry equipment. The entire phalanx was as silent as a mountain, and the oppressive aura they exuded made the people of Rockley, who had been talking and laughing loudly, fall silent. "Look at that flag." Someone pointed at a big red flag in the middle of the square formation and exclaimed. The Rockley soldiers with good eyesight could see that there was a bronze statue of a person with wings and a sword at the top of the flag. "It looks like the Grim Reaper," someone said with uncertainty. The Grim Reaper. Diapantos remembered that Metlos, who had just returned to Rockley a few days ago, told the council about what he saw in Dionia. He immediately realized that the unusual army in front of them was not from Crotone, but Dioria, who had forced Crotone to sue for peace not long ago. It was a mysterious city-state alliance that did not exist a year ago, but in the blink of an eye, it had become an influential force in Greece. Diapantos immediately became nervous and hurriedly reorganized the scattered troops. At this time, a small group of cavalry came from the opposite side and stopped about 50 meters away from the Rockley troops. The general in the middle, wearing a purple helmet, spoke loudly while the other cavalrymen acted as voice transmitters. "I am Assists, the captain of the Legio III of the Dionia Alliance. Dionia and Crotone have signed an alliance defense treaty. According to the treaty, Dionia is responsible for the safety of Crotone's territory. Rockley people, Dionia has no intention of starting a war with you. But if you continue to stay in Crotone's territory, we will have no choice but to drive you away." There was a commotion in the Rockley troops. Damn it! Diapantos cursed in his heart. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. Chapter 241. Some of them were already thinking of retreating. They suggested that Crotone was already enough for Rockley to handle. Now that they had an even more powerful ally, Rockley was no match for them at all. They should withdraw their troops immediately. At the same time, there were also many who objected. They thought that this was a rare opportunity to attack Crotone. Moreover, Dionia and Crotone were in a defensive alliance. They probably would not send troops to interfere. Moreover, Dionia had just ended a war. They should have suffered a lot of losses. Their hatred towards Crotone could not be erased immediately. They could not help Crotone wholeheartedly. They should seize this opportunity to attack. Both sides argued until Chief General Demodorus brought the good news that Syracuse agreed to assist. Only then did the council change their minds and agree to continue the war. When Diapantos was sent to attack Crotone's territory, the councillors of Rockley were still hoping that Dionia would not send troops. Therefore, the council did not even come to a final decision on what to do if Dionia sent troops. Now that Dionia was waiting in front, Diapantos had no idea what to do. Attack! That would mean starting a war with Dionia's alliance. As a member of the council, he understood that Rockley's decision was wishful thinking. They were too eager to defeat Crotone and could not accept the existence of any variables. Dionia was undoubtedly the biggest variable. They could defeat Crotone, which Rockley had been unable to defeat. In addition to the triumphant scene in Turiae that Metlofinus described, Diapantos was a little afraid. If he launched an attack here and caused Dionia to join the war would escalate. Although Rockley's ally Syracuse agreed to assist, it was currently at war with Carthage. Other than providing some naval assistance, it could not provide any more help. Therefore, the councillors would definitely blame him for the final defeat of the war. But what if he did not attack? If he retreated like that, not only would it damage his reputation, but it would also damage Rockley's reputation. He would still be reprimanded when he returned. While Diapantos was hesitating, some of the soldiers started to make a ruckus. "People of Dionia, don't think too highly of yourself. If you want us to retreat, we'll retreat." "I'm telling you, we're not retreating." "You're right. We, the Rockley people, are not to be trifled with. Locke had been in Greece for hundreds of years. What was Dionia? I've never even heard of it. We won't retreat. What can you do to us?" The clamor of the soldiers made Diapantos anxious and angry. He only had a little more than 1,000 men under his command, and less than half of them were sailors. Along the way, many soldiers dragged sheep and cows and plundered a lot of resources. Their eyes were blinded by greed, and they no longer looked like soldiers. How dare they challenge the people of Dionia? Diapantos wanted to retreat, but before he could give the order, the other side had already started to beat the drums rhythmically. The stationary phalanx began to move, and the sound of footsteps was more uniform. It was like a thick iron wall pressing down on them. The soldiers of Rockley, who were shouting just now, immediately fell silent. Diapantos sighed and said, "Retreat!" As soon as the order was given and before the bugle was blown, the soldiers of Rockley had already turned around and fled. The formation was completely scattered. Diapantos could not stop the soldiers from retreating in such a disorderly manner. It was as if the Grim Reaper was chasing after them. They just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible, so they left the loot on the ground. Assis did not expect to force the people of Rockley to retreat so easily. He sent a small number of soldiers to clean up the battlefield and led the army to follow behind the people of Rockley. When he saw the people of Crotone scrambling to board the ships and sail away from the coast, he led the soldiers back and returned all the loot to the people of Crotone who came to express their gratitude. This made the people of Crotone even more grateful and ashamed. Of course, Diapantos was not willing to return to Rockley just like that. After the fleet sailed south for a while, he led the troops to land on the coast of Cirium, which was not yet an ally of Dionia. In the city of Sparta, there was a building that occupied a large area. Simple stone pillars propped up the roof to shelter the building from the wind and rain. 3 sides of the building were ventilated, and one side was the kitchen. The spacious hall was filled with long wooden tables and chairs. This was the canteen of the citizens of Sparta. When it was time to eat, the people of Sparta gathered here from all directions. They queued up to receive their communal meal, and then ate in the canteen, which could accommodate 500 people at the same time. On sunny days, the tables were even placed on the grass. Thousands of citizens of Sparta, regardless of age or rank, ate together. Everyone ate roughly the same food. This not only reflected the equality of the citizens of Sparta, but also emphasized their unity. The people of Sparta, who emphasized discipline and obedience, always kept this grand dining scene orderly. This was the communal meal system that Sparta was famous for in Greece. The food they received was not free. Instead, it was produced from the land allocated to the citizens by the city-state. The citizens had to pay to the city-state before they could enjoy the communal meal. Although it was said that the land was the citizens' own, in fact, the citizens themselves did not have the right to use it. The land was managed by the city-state, and the Helots worked hard to cultivate it. Once the citizens lost their land and were unable to pay, they would lose the right to participate in the communal meal. Thus, they would become the marginalized people of the city-state, i.e. the Poliaci. Therefore, the communal meal system created by the people of Sparta was not only a dining system, but also an important political activity. It was also the authentication of the identity of the Sparta citizens. Since the Peloponnesus War, it was difficult for the Sparta cafeteria to recreate the spectacular scene of thousands of people eating together. The citizens had been fighting wars for a long time, and they were accompanied by death. The number of people eating here at one time had never exceeded 500. Even after the war was won, the number did not recover. This was because Sparta's fleet was patrolling the Aegean Sea. Some of the cities conquered by Sparta needed the loyalty of the Sparta garrison. Although most of the soldiers were mercenaries, Poliaci, and Helots, the authentic citizens of Sparta had to serve as commanders and high-ranking officers. On this day, there were only about 100 Sparta citizens eating in the cafeteria. Phoebides sat at the dining table, chewing the bread in his hand. He thought back to the ascension of the new king not long ago. Agesilaus became the king, which was unexpected to many people. However, he was happy because Agesilaus had several in-depth contacts with him. He thought that Agesilaus was a kind and wise man and would be a good king. Hey, look, there are 2 damn helots over there. A man at the table next to him suddenly shouted. Following the direction of his finger, Phoebides saw the 2 men who were eating at the table opposite him. Their expressions immediately became a little unnatural, although they were also bare-chested, no matter in terms of body shape or skin color. They were different from the real Sparta citizens. Those are the new citizens. To be able to enjoy a communal meal, it means that they have earned enough merits in the war to move the conservative old men in the council. They were granted freedom and citizenship, and they were even given land. This is not easy. We should respect true warriors. The other man said in a gentle tone, who knows if it was Lysander's doing? During the war, he used the excuse of defeating the Athens war to use his power to turn many Pelosi people and a few helots into Sparta citizens. The man lowered his voice and said angrily, "No matter how brave the people of Sparta are, we can't withstand the casualties caused by frequent battles. Without these new citizens, we couldn't have won the war against the Athens war. But look at how many people here are real Sparta citizens. And a few of my comrades temporarily lost their citizenship because they couldn't pay for their communal meals. They were reduced to low-class people. If this continues, will Sparta still be Sparta?" You are right. Let me tell you." The man leaned close to his companion and whispered something. The people of Sparta had always been quiet, especially during meals. Not only was this citizen talkative, but he was also whispering to each other. It was difficult not to attract Phoebides' attention. Just when he turned his head to see who the person was, someone patted his shoulder lightly. "Phoebides, King Agesilaus is asking for you." "Okay." Phoebides immediately stuffed the last bit of bread into his mouth and finished the oatmeal in one gulp. He wiped his mouth, stood up, and followed the guard to the front of the cafeteria. He subconsciously looked back at the man just now. He had already finished his meal and left the cafeteria. He could only see his back view. Phoebides shook his head and dispelled the trace of doubt in his heart. He walked to the new king of Sparta. The current Agesilaus was different from before. He was calmer and more dignified. Phoebides bowed respectfully. "Sit down, Phoebides." Agesilaus looked at him with a smile. "We are old friends. You don't have to be so polite." Phoebides listened and no longer acted humble. He sat opposite Agesilaus. "Are you full?" "If it's not enough, I have more here," Agesilaus said as he pushed a plate over. The king of Sparta also had to participate in the communal meal. The food was no different from other citizens. The only privilege was that he could receive 2 portions of the communal meal. It wasn't that the king had to eat more. Instead, the king of Sparta could use the extra portion to invite others to eat with him. It didn't have to be a citizen of Sparta. It could even be a foreigner. The last king, Agis, had entertained Alcibiades in this way. Chapter 242. Phoebides gladly accepted. He happened to be a little hungry, so he picked up another piece of bread, smeared it with honey, and chewed on it. Agesilaus waited patiently for him to finish eating before saying, "Can you tell me the details of your last diplomatic mission to Greece?" Phoebides was excited. When he returned and reported to the elder council, the elders were busy with the funeral and electing a new king because King Agis had passed away. They did not care about anything else. Just as Phoebides briefly described his diplomatic mission to Greece, the new king of Sparta expressed his concern for Dionia. Phoebides immediately recounted the details of his diplomatic mission to Dionia without any exaggeration. Agesilaus supported his head with one hand and straightened his limping leg. He listened attentively and pondered at the same time. When Phoebides finished, he said, "It seems like Dionia gave you a hard time. You don't have a good impression of them. I'm angry because Dionia lacks due respect for Sparta, but personally—" Phoebides paused for a moment and revealed a strange expression. He said honestly, "Actually, I rather admire Dionia." "Oh!" Agesilaus was a little surprised. "Why?" Perhaps it's because of the toughness they displayed. Phoebades recalled the situation at that time and sighed. Although I only stayed in Turiae for a short while in a hurry and did not have deep contact with the citizens of Dionia, I felt that the soldiers of Dionia were also very disciplined. I even heard that the Senate of Dionia even held a celebration ceremony for the generals and soldiers who returned from a victory. The feeling I felt. Phoebades pondered and suddenly said, Dionia is like Sparta in Greece. Aegisai was taken aback for a moment, then he joked, I can't believe you compared a city-state union ruled by a tyrant to Sparta, where our citizens are equal and free. Although there's only one consul in Dionia, and it's a lifetime appointment, they still have a senate. Based on my experience in the Senate of Dionia, those senators seem to be able to influence the laws of Dionia. The relationship between the consul and the senators in the Senate, how should I put this? Unlike Syracuse, where Dionysius has the final say. Phoebades said seriously, You don't seem to have a good impression of Syracuse, Agesilaus said, glancing at him. I think anyone who hears that Syracuse is able to mobilize such a huge force to attack Carthage wouldn't be in a good mood. Phoebades said straightforwardly, The tens of thousands of infantrymen are nothing. The key is that he has thousands of cavalrymen and a huge fleet that isn't any weaker than ours. Dionysius is an ambitious man. Agesilaus looked at him and smiled. Phoebades, I'm glad that you can see this. We only began to pay attention to the West during the later stages of the war with Athens. It was through the alliance with Syracuse that Sparta was able to intervene in the affairs of the West. Carthage is Persia's ally in the Western Mediterranean. We need an ally in the Western Mediterranean to suppress Carthage and protect the safety of Sparta's rear. This is why we support Syracuse. At the same time, Sparta's influence in the Greek forces in the West has gradually deepened. However, some of Sparta's actions in the past have been allowing Syracuse to expand and swallow the Greek forces in Sicily. I'm afraid that in the end, it will cause trouble for us. We don't want our ally to be too weak, but we can't let it be too strong either. Honorable King Agesilaus, you're right. But now, Carthage still has the advantage in Sicily, while Sparta's forces are all concentrated in Asia Minor. At this time, we should continue to support Syracuse for the time being. Phoebades understood the hidden meaning behind Agesilaus' words, but he still thought for the sake of the city and spoke frankly. We don't need to do anything. The power to suppress Syracuse's expansion has already appeared. Agesilaus wasn't unhappy. Instead, he smiled at him in relief. It's the Dionia that made you unhappy before. Dionia. Phoebades was surprised at first, then he shook his head. It can't be compared to Syracuse at all. Syracuse is much stronger in terms of territory, population, trade, and military strength. That's true for now, but Dionia is expanding very quickly. Agesilaus said with a complicated expression, I just received news from Greece. Dionia defeated Crotone and forced Crotone to cede territory and sign an alliance treaty. When did that happen? Phoebades' eyes widened. Not long after he left Greece. Dionia defeated Crotone again. Phoebades was in disbelief. Crotone is obviously stronger than Dionia. And this time, Crotone shouldn't make the same mistake as last time. How, 100 years ago, before Sybaris and Crotone fought, many Greek city-states thought so too. But the weak Crotone won in the end. Agesilaus sighed. Chalcisops was right. Devers is a military genius. Although Sparta regrettably missed out on him, it's not a bad idea to let him lead Dionia against Syracuse. Will Dionia and Syracuse definitely clash? Phoebades was still thinking about how Dionia defeated Crotone and was a little absent-minded. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to his reply and sounded very doubtful. Agesilaus did not mind and said, Now that Syracuse has occupied the eastern part of Sicily, with our support and their accumulated strength, it's not too difficult to chase Carthage's forces out of Sicily. It's even possible to completely drive Carthage out of Sicily. Even if they can't do that, Syracuse will definitely become the leader of the Greek city-states in Sicily. Like you said, Dionysius is an ambitious person. Will he be satisfied with that? As Agesilaus spoke, he dipped his finger into the oatmeal and drew a simple map of Sicily on the table. Phoebides shook his head. Will he lead troops into Africa? Agesilaus asked. Phoebides shook his head with all his might. What a joke! That was Carthage's headquarters. It had been in operation for hundreds of years. If Syracuse dared to send troops into Africa, Carthage would definitely not let them return. Just like the army led by Dorius, the brother of Sparta who was exiled by King Cleomenes 100 years ago. Then the only place where Syracuse can expand its power is here. Agesilaus drew a rough outline of Sicily, Great Greece. It's only separated from Sicily by a narrow strait, and they're both Greek city-states. Dionysius has always been cruel to his Greek compatriots, you're right? Phoebides nodded in agreement. He and Agesilaus had never thought about the Greek mainland to the east of Sicily. They thought that no matter how bold Dionysius was, he would not dare to offend the powerful states with a long history in the Greek mainland. Dionia has now subdued Crotone. Further south from Crotone, the only powerful city-states left are Rockley and Lygum. Rockley and Syracuse are allies, and Crotone are archenemies. Crotone is now in an alliance with Dionia. Therefore, it's only a matter of time before Dionia and Syracuse come into conflict. Agesilaus analyzed. Phoebides stared at the table and shook his head. Dionia is still too weak. As long as Dionysius's army sets foot on the land of Great Greece, other than the Rockley alliance in Tarentum, I'm afraid the other city-states will unite around Dionia, Agesilaus said solemnly. We don't want another Syracuse to appear in the western Mediterranean, but as long as Dionia can create enough trouble for Syracuse, I believe that Devers will definitely be able to do it and prevent Dionysius from conquering Great Greece in a short period of time. Then it's time for us, Sparta, to mediate. Don't forget, there's still Tarentum in Great Greece, which is a friendly state to us, Sparta. Phoebides recalled his encounter in Tarentum and curled his lips. Tarentum might not necessarily listen to us. When Dionia and Syracuse are strong, they will listen. Agesilaus sneered and extended 3 fingers to support himself on the table. Syracuse, Dionia, and Tarentum are the 3 important city-states that maintain the stability of the western Mediterranean. This is the result that the Elder Council came up with after learning that Syracuse's army attacked western Sicily and Dionia defeated Crotone. So don't worry about Dionia anymore. Honorable King Agesilaus, I understand. Phoebides understood that the indifferent old men in the Elder Council would not care about the conflict in a young general's heart, and Agesilaus had specially come to comfort him. Phoebides was extremely grateful for this. Agesilaus smiled, faintly as though it was a piece of cake. He then said, I called you here for another matter. Phoebides immediately leaned forward with a serious expression. Chapter 243. Supervising the implementation of the peace treaty, ceding land, and the resettlement of immigrants in the city of Elis has been temporarily put on hold due to the passing of Arsus. I have recommended you to the council. Are you willing to go? Agesilaus said with a straight face, I'm willing. Phoebides blurted out. During this period of time, he had nothing to do other than military training and attending the king's funeral. He could not help but feel disappointed as he watched others being sent overseas to carry out important missions one by one. Now, Agesilaus had placed such a lucrative job in front of him. How could he not be moved and grateful? Thank you, King Agesilaus, for your trust in me. You becoming our king is a gift from Zeus to Sparta. Agesilaus smiled when he heard Phoebides, one of the talented younger generation of Sparta, flattering him. After Agesilaus and Phoebides left, there were only a few dozen people in the canteen. A young man with a linen draped over his head sneaked out from behind a pillar. He looked at Agesilaus back with hatred. He hurriedly went to get his meal. The chef who distributed the food joked, "Leotychides, why are you dressed like this? You look like a woman." A Pereasian dared to make fun of him. If it was before, Leotychides would have beaten him up or even chopped off his arms and legs. But now, the former king's son did not have the mood to argue. He found a corner, sat down, and munched on his bread. For some reason, tears welled up in his eyes. His failure in the election for the throne had made him a joke in Sparta. His uncle, who usurped the throne, gave half of his father's inheritance to his people who were living in hardship, thus gaining the support of the royal family. While the people praised Agesilaus' benevolence, some people suggested to chase him and his mother out of Sparta. The reason was that he and his mother are not Sparta, but have become a disgrace to Sparta. Although the elder council refuted this absurd suggestion, the Sparta people looked at Leotychides with even more contempt. What did I do wrong? Why is the goddess of fate punishing me like this? In order to prove myself, I participated in the agog, the cruel military training that Sparta boys undergo from a young age, which the heirs of kings did not have to participate in. I always performed well in every training. I always fought at the forefront of every battle. My debates always left my peers speechless. My essays were better than theirs. But why? Why? They can't see this, but they always use these rumors to humiliate me and my mother. Damn you, Agesilaus. Damn the elder council. Damn it, Arches, if you didn't mistreat mother, how could there be so many rumors? In the end, Leotychides began to blame his dead father. I can't stand such humiliation anymore. I want to take my mother away from this disgusting place. I want to leave Sparta. Leotychides finally made up his mind. His footsteps became vigorous again. When he was about to reach his destination, he saw many people gathered in front of his house. All of them shook their heads and sighed. Their expressions were solemn, and a sense of unease rose in his heart. Leotychides! A clansman who was usually on good terms with him saw him and said sadly, "Your mother committed suicide." Diophanto's army ravaged the Silic-Guardian territory. The Silic-Guardian garrison was forced to leave the city to face the enemy, and the Rockley people retreated early. On the second day, the Rockley people appeared again. When the Silic-Guardian garrison chased them to the coast like yesterday, they found nearly 2,000 Rockley soldiers waiting for them in battle. The disorganized Silic-Guardian garrison quickly retreated. Under the pursuit of the Rockley cavalry, the Silic-Guardians paid the price of a few hundred casualties. They hid in the city and did not come out. They sent people to Corunia's Crotone army for help. As the leader of the alliance, Crotone had no choice but to send 3,000 people to help Silic-Guardian. However, the Rockley people retreated by sea again. Just as the Crotone army was hesitating whether to stay in Silic-Guardian or return to Corunia, the 3,000 Rockley, Medma, and Hibernian army marched along the west coast, crossed the Lala River, and entered Trine territory. The Trine people who had learned their lesson from Silic-Guardian did not dare to act rashly. Instead, they asked for help from Crotone. Not long after the Crotone army left Silic-Guardian and entered Trine, the Rockley people landed on the coast of Silic-Guardian. The Crotone army was mobilized back and forth, but they could not touch a single hair of the Rockley people. They had nowhere to vent their anger. Silic-Guardian and Trine people were also suffering. The newly sown farmlands were destroyed, and the people's war weariness grew. At this time, the Crotone people finally realized that the 20 warships that suddenly appeared at sea were not secretly built by Rockley in the past year. They were Syracuse's help. This news caused the Crotone emissaries to panic. During this period of time, the Devers who returned to Thurii, apart from dealing with the alliance's affairs, stayed at home to accompany their wives, take care of their newborn children, and educate their adopted children. Their days were quite fulfilling and happy. Even when the Crotone emissaries came to Thurii and asked for help from Dionia, they did not cause any anxiety. This was because Helos and Assists quickly forced the Rockley people who invaded Crotone's territory to retreat. For this, the Senate elders praised the Devers for choosing the right chief executive of Asplustum. In their letters to Helos and Assists, the Devers praised them for their decisiveness in taking the right measures in such a complicated situation. They also encouraged them to act boldly in times of crisis. They did not care too much about their own feelings and wait for the Senate's orders. The outstanding performance of Helos and Assists also made the Devers completely relieved. They put more energy into the resettlement work of Asplustum and Cremissa. But at this time he received the news from Aristyres that the Crotone emissaries, the Cyrodian emissaries, the Trina emissaries, and the Coronese emissaries had come north together. Linking this to the report that Aristyres had given him about the battle between Crotone and Rockley, the purpose of these emissaries coming to Thurii was obvious. The first thought that came to the Devers' mind was that this was a rare opportunity to expand the strength and influence of Dionia. In comparison, fighting with Rockley was not unacceptable. But then he began to hesitate. Thanks to Aristyres from Catanai's special attention on Syracuse, he also knew the truth of Crotone's defeat in the naval battle. Syracuse was a true ally of Rockley, and they had also sent reinforcements in this war. If the Devers fought with Rockley, they would inevitably offend Syracuse. Was it worth it? The Devers had to consider this carefully. In his previous life, he did not know much about the history of Syracuse. He only knew that Archimedes and Syracuse were one of the culprits that triggered the First Carthage War. The people of Rome easily crushed Syracuse, as if Syracuse's strength was not worth mentioning. However, it was the people of Rome who used the power of the whole of Italy to attack Syracuse, which was in the period of decline. When the Devers traveled to this era in the Mediterranean world in Magna Graecia, he felt that the Greek city-states of Italy were in awe of Syracuse, the big city of Sicily. A few decades ago, Syracuse defeated Carthage and dominated Sicily and Magna Graecia. Now, it seemed to have begun to restore its former glory and had a tendency to unify the Greek city-states in Sicily. Although Sicily was just an island, its land was fertile, and it was a famous wheat producer in the western Mediterranean, mainly because of volcanic ash. Moreover, the Greeks had colonized a large number of Sicily and developed Sicily very early. In addition, Sicily was located near the center of the Mediterranean Sea and became an important hub for trade and commerce in the eastern and western Mediterranean Sea. Therefore, Sicily's commerce and agriculture were relatively developed. Judging by the fact that Syracuse was able to organize such a large army just by occupying the southeastern part of Sicily, one could imagine the huge potential of war. This was not something that Dionia, which was still in its infancy, could compare to. However, the Devers was not a frog in a well. He was so ignorant that he could not see the potential danger. On the contrary, the history of his previous life was filled with countless examples, political, economic, geographical, and geographical theories. No matter how Dionia tried to hide, once Syracuse defeated Carthage and unified the Greek city-states in Sicily, the rapidly rising Dionia would inevitably attract its attention and become an obstacle to its expansion. It might even become its next target. Therefore, it was better to seize the opportunity when Syracuse was in the quagmire of war with Carthage to strengthen itself so that it would have the strength to fight against Syracuse in the future. Therefore, after careful consideration, the Devers finally made a decision and convinced the Senate. Sesprotus was the envoy of Crotone, because he had accompanied Lysias to successfully reach a truce with Dionia and sign an alliance treaty, and then he had single-handedly persuaded the garrison of Dionia and Asplutium to send troops to help Crotone and force the Locrians to retreat. Almost everyone in the Crotone council, except for Lysias, unanimously elected him to be the envoy of Dionia. This was the first time he was so highly regarded by the Crotone senators. Furthermore, the envoys of the other 3 city-states had followed his lead along the way. It was inevitable that Sesprotus felt a little complacent. Chapter 244. The flat and wide streets, the neatly divided blocks, the neatly arranged houses, All of these made one feel the importance that the people of Dionia placed on cleanliness and order. The tall water bridges that spanned across the city, the gigantic water wheels that slowly turned, the uniquely shaped fountains and the gurgling water on both sides of the roads. All of these showed that the people of Dionia as Greeks had their own unique characteristics and pursuits in the art of architecture and technology. The things that made the emissaries pause the most were the white and towering triumphal arch, the majestic Victory Square, and the majestic Senate Hall. These were obviously displaying the ambitions and pursuits of Dionia. If they saw these things in the past, they might have secretly mocked Dionia for overestimating himself. However, after experiencing the Second Crotone War, they had no choice but to take this city-state alliance seriously. They could clearly see that from the moment this new city was built, it had shown itself to be different from the other Greek city-states, as well as its extraordinary ambitions. Not to mention, just looking at the Temple of Hades that was about to be completed on the hill in the distance, Dionia was the only city in all of Greece that had Hades as the guardian of the city. Just as the emissaries were carefully observing the center of this new city-state alliance while heading west towards the Senate, the people of Turin had left their houses and were heading east in high spirits. I heard them saying something about distributing land. The emissary of Silatina asked curiously. Yes, I heard it too. The emissary of Telaina asked more directly, Are you going to distribute the newly occupied land to the citizens? Everyone, the land that Dionia did not forcibly occupy, was obtained legally according to the covenant. Plesines, who came to greet them, immediately corrected them with a serious expression. The emissaries did not refute, but they were cursing in their hearts. According to the military law of Dionia, the citizenship law of Dionia, and the promise made by the Senate before the war, all citizens and prospective citizens who participated in this war will be given land. Plesines continued without hiding anything. According to the merits of the militia in the war and the actual situation of the land in the northern plains of Asporstum, Crimissa, and Croton. During this time, the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Military Affairs under the Senate have done a lot of work. Today is the announcement of the results of land distribution. Not only the people of Tali, but the people of Amendolara and Nudum will also come. Because there are too many people, it can only be held outside the city. If the emissaries are interested, you can go and have a look after the meeting. Let's hurry to the Senate and get things done. The citizens of our city are still waiting for our news. Seeing that the other emissaries were tempted, Sesprotus reminded them loudly, taking the opportunity to hide his embarrassment. After all, the land that Dionia distributed was the land that Crotone was forced to cede. Sesprotus knew that this trip would not be as easy as the previous one, but he did not expect that in the face of the request of the 4 emissaries, all the senators of the Senate of Dionia were adamant in their opposition to sending troops. The war has just ended, and Dionia has suffered great losses. They do not have enough money and food to deal with another war. The citizens of Dionia have just put down their shields and spears, and they have just been allocated land. They are all ready to take a good rest and plant wheat on the newly allocated land before the end of spring. They can still catch up with the harvest, so there is no desire to fight. There is no need for Dionia to become enemies with Rockley, and thus provoke the powerful city of Syracuse. In short, all these words could be summed up in one sentence. Dionia only wanted to rest, and did not want to meddle in other people's business. Therefore, the emissaries of Silatina, Trine, and Corunna expressed their willingness to sign the defense alliance treaty with Dionia, just like Crotone. However, they were strongly opposed by the senators of Dionia. Their reason was simple. With the current strength of Dionia, almost no force in southern Italy dared to provoke them. On the other hand, Corunna, Trine, and Silatina were attacked from time to time by Rockley and Brudi. If they signed the treaty, it would be equivalent to these 3 city-states hiring a powerful alliance of city-states for free to protect their safety. This was obviously beneficial to them, but not to Dionia. The negotiations in the Senate reached an impasse. Sesprotus was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. At this time, the Trine emissary said eagerly, What if I request to join the alliance of Dionia? The Trine emissary did not come on a whim. When they passed by Castellan, Amicals, and the others had treated them with great hospitality. During the banquet, the senators of Castellan mentioned the many benefits that Castellan had obtained after joining the alliance of Dionia. At the same time, they had seen the stability and prosperity of the people in Castellan with their own eyes, and this had touched the emissaries. When Sesprotus heard this, he was shocked and subconsciously shouted, "Sesprotus, do you know what you are talking about?" To save Trine. The emissary, Sesprotus, said righteously, "We, the people of Trine, have always abided by the covenant in the alliance, responding to the call of Crotone, paying tribute on time every year. And in every war we have actively sent troops and food. Now, in exchange, the people of Rockley have wantonly destroyed the territory of Trine. Trine is a small city-state living in the gap between Hibernian, a city-state in the Rockley Alliance, south of Trine and the Brudi. If we do not defeat Rockley as soon as possible and the Brudi attack, I am afraid that the people of Turilla will starve to death." Sesprotus wanted to say that if Trine ran out of food, Crotone could help, but he immediately swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Crotone had experienced 2 wars with Dionia and suffered heavy losses. Because of the blockade by the fleet of Rockley, the people in the city were also facing a food shortage. This was the main reason why Crotone was so eager to agree to their 3 allies to ask for help from Dionia. He warned loudly, "Don't you know that after joining the alliance of Dionia, you can no longer have any alliance relationship with other city-states? If Trine leaves the alliance of Crotone, then Crotone will immediately retreat the troops of Crotone who are defending Trine. In the future, if the enemy invades, we will not give any help to Trine." Sesprotus' words were not only directed at Trine, but also to the emissaries of Syracuse and Corunna, and even the Senate of Dionia. After all, the main force to resist Rockley in the south was Crotone. If it refused to help, not only would the other city-states be in big trouble, it would also be a hindrance to Dionia's plan. Because of that, the emissaries of Syracuse and Corunna, who originally had some thoughts, kept their mouths shut. The emissary of Trine, Cypros, was also in a difficult position. Seeing this situation, the Devers said slowly, "Emissaries from the city-states of Crotone, if Dionia agrees to your request and sends troops to repel Rockley, then Rockley and even Syracuse will most likely focus their anger on Dionia. Any rational citizen of Dionia will not allow us to make such a foolish decision to help you, which is completely detrimental to the interests of our alliance." The emissary's expressions darkened at the words of the Devers. The Devers then changed the topic. "But as you have said just now, whether it is Dionia, Crotone, or Syracuse, conflicts of interests, or even wars, are ultimately a matter between the Greek city-states. However, colluding with Syracuse of Sicily and intervening in the war between the Greek city-states, like Rockley, is undoubtedly attracting a hungry wolf to a flock of sheep, threatening the safety of the entire Greek city-states. We must end the war with Rockley as soon as possible, while Syracuse is busy fighting Carthage, not giving Syracuse an excuse to interfere. Therefore, whether to send troops or not, the Senate of Dionia is in a difficult position. The citizens need a good reason to let them, who yearn for stability, feel that they are not fighting a meaningless battle for an outsider. Dionia also does not want to be abandoned after helping you, and face a strong enemy alone in the future." The emissaries fell into silence. The meaning of the Devers' words was already very clear. However, Sesprotus was distraught. He remembered the warning of Lucius before he left. Dionia may not want the large amount of gold, silver, and materials promised by the city-states to force it to send troops, and it may not sign a defense alliance treaty with the city-states. They may want more. At this time, the Devers spoke again in a clear voice. "I have a proposal for you to consider." At the moment when he paused, every emissary pricked up their ears. The 5 city-states of Dionia, Crotone, Syracuse, Corunna, and Trine shall form an alliance together to resist and attack the enemies who dare to invade us. The alliance shall not invade each other, and if there are any conflicts, They can be resolved through negotiation. Hearing this, the emissaries all looked as if they had expected it, but the expression on Sesprotus' face deepened. The others were obviously a little tempted, especially the Trine emissary, Cypros, who became lively again and rushed to ask, "May I ask, Lord Consul, who will be the leader of this alliance?" As soon as this question was asked, Sesprotus suddenly became nervous. The Devers smiled slightly. Regardless of the size of the alliance shall be equal. When there are problems and it is difficult to reach an agreement, each city-state can vote to solve it. Chapter 245. The original Crotone alliance relied on Crotone in both foreign affairs and wars. The other city-states had to pay tribute every year. Of course, Crotone did contribute a lot to the alliance's safety in defending against foreign enemies. However, with Crotone's power, it often made decisions without consulting the alliance, and the other alliances had to provide support for it, just like the declaration of war with Dionia. If they followed the Devers' suggestion, the opinions of the smaller alliances could be valued in the new alliance. This was a good thing for Trine, Corunna, and Silatina. I agree with the consul's suggestion. Let's establish such an alliance among our city-states. This way, we can unite the city-states in southern Italy, protect our interests, and prevent our enemies from easily offending us. The Trine envoy, Cypros, expressed his support first. Then, the Silatina envoy agreed with this suggestion. Because their homeland was being protected by the Crotone army, the Corunna envoy only expressed his approval in a vague way. Therefore, everyone's eyes were focused on Sethpros. Sethpros was already in a mess. He knew that as long as he nodded, the new alliance would be established, and the Crotone alliance would no longer exist. Crotone's century-old hegemony in southern Italy would also come to an end. In fact, after the Second Crotone War, the power of Crotone had already declined. It was only the Crotone alliance that comforted the people. Sesprotus did not dare to take on such a big responsibility and become the scapegoat of the people's insults. Therefore he stammered, "This matter? I can't make the decision. It has to be discussed and decided by the council." The other envoys were disappointed by his delay, but the Devers said calmly, "It's okay, we can wait." Negotiations could wait, but the war would not stop. In the middle of February, Syracuse's army easily occupied Agrigento, which was the second largest Greek city-state in Sicily. A few days later, Rockley's army, which had received a small amount of reinforcements from the kingdom, left the camp and marched toward Corunna city. Even though there were still more than 2,000 Crotone reinforcements left in the Silatin territory, the Crotone army resolutely joined forces with the Corunna army and marched out of the city to meet the enemy. After the battle lasted for an hour, Rockley started to gain the upper hand with the advantage in numbers. If it weren't for the wind that coincidentally blew and prevented the Rockley cavalry from pursuing, the allied army of Crotone and Corunna would have suffered more than a small setback. When Turin was rebuilt, every senator of the Senate was allocated a residence. Cunigarata had purposely chosen a courtyard that was far away from his former residence to avoid being reminded of the past. That night, when he returned home, the living room was still lit by candlelight. His eldest son, Sostatus, came out to welcome him. "Father, you're really late today. Did something troublesome happen in the city again?" Cunigarata glanced at him and took off his sweaty bolton. He stood in the courtyard and asked a male slave to bring water to clean his body. Then he said, "Antares and the others of Cremissa have come to the Senate to report. I'm busy with their household registration, the allocation of residences, and a lot of other things today. You don't need to do these things yourself. Just let your subordinates do it." What do you know? Considering that Cremissa has just joined the alliance, we need to use actions to show that Dionia values the senators who represent the people of Cremissa and dispel their worries. Sostatus leaned against a pillar and said disapprovingly, "It's another request from the Devers, isn't it?" "Damn you!" Cunigarata grabbed the wet cloth in the slave's hand and threw it at Sostatus. He yelled, How many times have I told you not to disrespect the Archon? You never listen. How have I disrespected the Archon? Sostatus yelled as he picked up the wet cloth and carefully threw it to the slave. The Devers are my commander. I've always followed military law and listened to orders. However, this is how I speak. I can't change it. Kunigarada looked at his son's lazy expression even when he was seriously rebuking him. He couldn't help but sigh. This son of his really isn't cut out for politics. Thinking of this, he asked, "Why aren't you sleeping and waiting for me here? Are you thinking of borrowing money from me again?" "You're underestimating me, father. The last time I borrowed money from you, I contracted the warehouse and hotel in Amendola. Other than repaying you and paying the rent, guess how much money I earned?" Sostatus asked proudly. Kunigarada ignored him. 1 talent and 20 minas. Sostatus wagged his finger and said proudly, "If it wasn't for the war with Crotone and the blockade of the port of Turiae, I could have earned even more." He paused and said, "Father, I have something to discuss with you." "Go ahead." Kunigarada knew that his father had something to say, so he pretended to be indifferent. Sostatus looked at his father and said carefully, "After this war, the Union will give you and me a total of 4 acres of land in the northern plains of Croton. I want to use it to exchange for land in Amendola." "What? You want to use the fertile land of Croton to exchange for the barren land of Amendola?" Even though Kunigarada didn't care about money, he had to be careful when it came to land. Land was the lifeblood of the Greeks. "Father, listen to me," Sostatus said hurriedly. Kunigarada knew that his son must have a reason for saying that, so he cleaned himself and changed into clean clothes. He sat in the living room and listened to his son carefully. "Father, you are the governor of Turiae. You should know that the port's trade has been increasing since the reconstruction of Turiae last year." Kunigarada snorted at Sostatus' words. How could he not know? He could even tell the number of cargo ships that entered and left Turiae every month and the amount of trade taxes. Marigi had made a detailed plan to revitalize the Union's trade, and he had put in a lot of effort to realize it. "Why can I earn money?" "It's because Turiae's port can't accommodate so many goods and foreigners anymore. That's why the warehouses and hotels under Amendola are so popular. Now that we've defeated Crotone, not only have we expanded our territory again, but we've also become the strongest nation in southern Italy. Merchants and freedmen will flock here, but the Senate has made a law that forbids the use of the fertile land of Sabari Plain for other purposes. Otherwise, the land will be taken back. Yes, Berks is in charge of this. It's also to protect the arable land of Turiae," Kunigarada interrupted. "I think this is the right thing to do." Sostatus flattered him before saying, "This way, Amendola has become the inevitable choice for these foreign merchants and freedmen. The industrial area that Marigi started last year has been auctioned off. I went to take a look a few days ago. There's already a weapons workshop, a pottery workshop, and a stone carving shop. These are all large-scale workshops that require a lot of labor and slaves. Hence, there's a huge demand for lodging, food, and entertainment. I've discussed it with others before. 4 acres of land in Crotone Plain can be exchanged for 8 acres of land in Amendola near the industrial area. With such a large piece of land, I can build a large number of cheap houses and warehouses. The annual rent alone will not be a small amount. I can also build some small shops and rent them out as bakeries and clothing shops. When I have money in the future, I can even buy many slaves and rent them out for profit." Sostatus gushed about his dream. "Father, no matter how fertile the land is, it'll still suffer heavy losses in a disaster year. According to my plan, as long as the Dionia alliance remains strong, our family's annual income will be much greater than farming." Kunigarada looked at his son's high-spirited face and thought for a long time. He said, "Sostatus, you'll be in charge of the family's finances from now on. I'll announce this at home tomorrow and have Croesus, Kunigarada's slave, butler, listen to your arrangements." "Really?" Sostatus could not believe his ears. "Of course. Since you have the talent for business, I won't let you bury it. But Kunigarada said, after I die, you'll have to give half of the assets you earn to your brother. Can you agree to that? Under Kunigarada's gaze, Sostatus calmed down. He thought about it carefully and said solemnly, ever since our family was chased out of Turiai and my sister Safina left us, it made me feel that I need to cherish my family even more. Dikacortex is my only brother. Father, I'll sign an agreement according to Ni's request. When you go to Elysee, I'll give him half of the family's assets. And my sister, when she remarries, I'll prepare a rich dowry for her. Very good, very good. Kunigarada was relieved. He felt that he had made the right decision. Sostatus's words reminded him of another worry. Chapter 246. Fortunately, not long after Crotone burned the city, and the Devers led the army to recover Turin, Diana returned home. However, she was always depressed. She was now 23 years old. As a father, Kunigarada wanted his children to be happy, so he wanted to find a good husband for her. It had become a worry for him. Sostatus, what do you think of Helos? Kunigarada suddenly asked. What do you mean? Sostatus wondered why his father suddenly mentioned him. If he becomes your brother-in-law, you want to choose Helos to be Diana's husband? Sostatus' eyes widened in shock. When he saw his father nodding seriously, he quickly came up with a joke. He thought carefully and said, although I'm a soldier under his command, he's a captain. I don't have much contact with him. I only know that although he's trained strictly, he's fair and loves us. I heard that he's still single and doesn't have any bad habits. If my sister marries him, she should be well taken care of. But father, why did you choose him? It seems that none of the Turin senators are willing to marry their daughter to a senator who used to be a mercenary. These people are still immersed in the glory of their families. They are still hesitant to accept the change in Turin. Kunigarada sneered and said solemnly, why should I ask you to show respect to His Excellency the Consul? Because he's indeed favored by the gods. He's so young, but he's so capable and resourceful. The people love him, the army supports him, and the Senate is completely under his control. If I don't want the tragedy of my family to repeat itself, becoming a relative of the former mercenary senators who followed him to Persia is undoubtedly the best way. I heard that Helos used to be the captain of His Excellency the Consul in Persia and took good care of him. Although Helos has always kept a low profile in the Senate, I can see that His Excellency the Consul trusts him a lot. Besides, although he used to be a mercenary, I heard from Cornelis that he's humble and steady. He's also good at learning from others. I believe he'll have a stable career in Dionia's politics in the future. Father, don't think too much. Among the former mercenary senators that the consul brought here, Xylos is one of the few who isn't married. He's only in his 30s and he's a senator. I believe that there are many people who want to marry him in Amendora or Tali, but he's still single. You can imagine that he might not agree to your request. Sostatus reminded Kunigarada, who was getting excited. Of course, I won't go to him directly. I'll let His Excellency the Consul do it. I believe that the Devers will be happy to do it. Kunigarada stroked his beard and smiled proudly. I've tried asking His Excellency the Consul. He's also very concerned about Helos's marriage. With him as a matchmaker and Diana's beauty, how could Helos not agree? Looks like I'll have to please my sister more from now on, lest she gets upset and asks brother-in-law to place me at the front of the phalanx. Sostatus also joked. This reminded Kunigarada. He quickly said, Sostatus, don't go out for the next few days. The first legion you belong to will be heading south to join the war soon. Has the Southern Alliance agreement been signed? Didn't Crotone always oppose it? Sostatus asked in surprise. With a father who was a senator, he naturally knew more about the politics of the alliance than ordinary citizens. Trine, Sarayan, and Corunna have all expressed their support. What can Crotone do by opposing it alone? Besides, the current situation is very disadvantageous for them. Even Lysias has come to Turiae. You can see how anxious Crotone is. At this point, Kunigarata was a little excited. Once the alliance is signed and the alliance is established, Dionia will truly become the leader of Greece. I heard that in this new alliance, all the alliances are treated equally, regardless of who's superior or inferior. There's no such thing as a leader. That seems to be the case on the surface, but the strength of the states still determines the weight of their words in this new alliance, especially when it doesn't involve the interests of other states. Kunigarata prays sincerely. His Excellency the Consul is really amazing. By proposing such an alliance, he continuously gained the support of other states, isolated Crotone, and forced them to join. Once the new alliance is established, the old Crotone alliance will be disintegrated, and Dionia will smoothly squeeze into Crotone's original territory, becoming the de facto leader. Isn't this the result of His Excellency making full use of his victory over Crotone? Sostatus's words were a reminder to Kunigarata that he opposed the war beforehand. Kunigarata was silent for a moment. He did not directly answer his son's question, but sighed and said, "I never thought that I would be able to see Turiae become the center of Greece while I'm still alive. Son, just like you said before, Turiae will usher in a great development." On the last day of February 498 BC, Dionia, Crotone, Silatina, Crana, and Trine finally reached an agreement and signed an alliance, establishing the Southern Alliance. Due to Crotone's insistence, the alliance specifically stipulated that when discussing decisions, Dionia and Crotone each had 2 votes, while the other 3 states each had 1 vote. The headquarters of the alliance was located in Silatina. In the beginning, Crotone requested for the headquarters to be located in its territory, but the other states objected. Later, Dever suggested that it be located in Silatina. The other states agreed, because other than Dionia, Silatina was located in the center of the other states, and it was not too strong, so they were more at ease. Normally, the headquarters of the Southern Alliance would be guarded by the states, handling and negotiating matters between the states. The Crotone alliance was officially disbanded, and the newly signed military alliance between Dionia and Crotone was nullified. Crotone originally had to pay Dionia 500 talent as war reparations, but only 80 talent was paid, and the rest was nullified. This was also one of the reasons why Crotone finally agreed to join the Southern Alliance, but made Merces extremely regretful. Up until now, the remaining alliances that Dionia had were the Dionia Alliance, which was an alliance with Dionia as the leader. As Dionia controlled the alliance's foreign relations, meaning it did not allow other states to sign any treaties or agreements with other states, as well as military dominance, the other states had actually become Dionia's vassals. The second was the alliance agreement with Tarentum. Due to Dionia's rapid expansion, the agreement had been amended twice, changing from having Tarentum as the leader to having both parties treat each other as equals and helping each other. Up until now, they only had more trade contacts, but had yet to form a military alliance. Lastly, there was the newly established Southern Alliance. In addition, there was a non-aggression peace agreement with Picassus in the north. Other than the Lochley Alliance, Lygium, and a couple of smaller states, further south, Dionia, and the other states of Greater Greece had formed an alliance to create a peaceful and stable environment for themselves. Of course, at this moment, what Dionia needed to do was to fulfill the alliance agreement and defeat Lochley. The battle this time was different from the past. It would take 3 to 4 days just to reach the battlefield. Relying on the soldiers to carry rations and finish the battle in a few days was no longer feasible. In the previous battle with Crotone, the harassment from Crotone's fleet had already caused Dionia to suffer a lot. This time the battle with Lochley was even further away, and the food transportation route was even longer. Furthermore, the people of Lochley also controlled the coastline. This would be a huge test for Dionia's logistics. Regarding this, the strategy that the Devers adopted was, first, Merces would be in charge of quickly building a huge supply team that could carry enough rations for at least 10,000 people for a month. The transport team would set off together with the reinforcements. This would ensure the safety of the supply team and reduce the labor, guards, and unnecessary consumption of rations. Second, to end the battle as soon as possible, the Devers sent out their most elite First Legion for this purpose, preparing rations, buying pack beasts. These preparations for war naturally cost a lot of gold and silver. This time Mercies was not stingy and bought a lot, as the cost was shared equally by all the allies. When the rooster crowed for the first time in Amendolara, Georges had already turned over and sat up. His wife, Dania, had also opened her eyes. "Sleep a little longer," Georges said gently. "I'm leaving." "I can't sleep. I'm going to send you to Turiai." Although Dania was older than Georges, she liked to act coquettishly. This made her feel younger than Georges, and Georges also enjoyed this feeling. But today Georges shook his head. "You're pregnant and you're walking so far. Going back and forth isn't good for the child." "Who said that?" "Helps said that pregnant women need to exercise more. Only then will childbirth be smooth and the child will be healthy." Dania retorted. Georges did not say anything. He trusted Helps quite a bit. He was the disciple of the blessed Devers. Unable to withstand Dania's repeated requests, he could only bring his wife and a male slave to carry his weapons and equipment out of the city. Chapter 247. Georges was considered a rich man in Amendolin. Actually, it was his wife's. He owned 10 acres of land in Amendolin, planted with olive trees that were more than 10 years old. He also had his own oil press to produce olive oil. At first, they only had a simple carriage, mainly used to transport the finished olive oil to the port of Turin. Since Dania and Georges got married, she bought a carriage for her husband to ride. Considering that Georges frequently traveled between Turin and Amendolin for military training and handling some military affairs. In fact, Georges mostly rode a horse. Although there were not many people on the road at this time, all the carriages set off in order. The road from Amendolin to Turin had been built for almost a year. For the sake of safety and convenience, the people had formed some customary rules under the guidance of the Alliance. Now that the Alliance's road department had been established, Heracles Jr. was successfully elected as the head of the department. According to the news, he was going to work on 2 things immediately. One was to submit a bill to the Senate on the maintenance and use of roads in Dionia. He was going to change the road rules among the people into the official road rules used by the Alliance to improve the efficiency of road use. The second was to propose a new design plan for the road and a plan to renovate the old road to the Consul Devers. The coachman drove the 2 horses to run at a constant speed. The wooden wheels, which were bound tightly by iron sheets, spun rapidly on the flat road with clanging sounds. In the bumpy carriage, Georges listened to his wife's chatter while thinking about some things he heard about the new road department. "I'm going to buy 4 more slaves tomorrow." His wife's words caught his attention. "Don't we have enough slaves at home?" Georges asked doubtfully. "I haven't seen the 3 acres of land you've been given in Cremissa. I heard that it's all good land. According to the regulations of the Alliance's Ministry of Agriculture, it can only be used to grow wheat. You're busy with the Alliance's military affairs, so you don't have time to work in Cremissa." "Of course, I'm going to buy more slaves to take care of the land for us," Dania explained. "It's only 3 acres of land. I don't think we need so many slaves. It'll cost us a lot just to feed them." Georges was used to being poor, so he still kept a good habit of being thrifty. "My dear, you don't know that the average citizen's family in Dionia has at least 2 or 3 slaves. Everyone understands that only by freeing up the adult males in the family for military training will they be able to make contributions in the war, gain glory, and win more land and benefits. The slave market in Turi port was only built half a year ago, and now it has expanded several times. The price of an ordinary slave has increased from 160 drachma to 200 drachma. If I don't buy a few more now, when I want to buy more in the future, I'm afraid the price will have risen to 300 drachma. Besides, the extra slaves can be sent to Cremissa to speed up the cultivation of our land, dig ditches, and plant wheat seedlings. When the farm work is done, a few of them can go back to the oil press in Amendola to help transport the pots and take care of our olive oil shop at the port. When autumn comes, the busiest season, we need more labor to harvest the wheat, harvest the olives, extract the oil, and grind the flour. When the farm work is done, we have enough slaves. There's no need to hire temporary labor, which is a waste of money and inefficient. Dania explained in detail to Georges. Georges didn't know much about these things, but he trusted his wife's ability, so he nodded and said, "If that's the case, we'll do as you say." Dania happily nestled in Georges' arms. The carriage stopped in front of the south gate of Turiai. According to the rules, carriages were not allowed to enter the city, so Georges and his wife could only get off the carriage and walk, with the slaves carrying his weapons and equipment behind them. Along the way, many citizens were accompanied by their wives, and even the elderly and children came to see them off. Ever since the example set by Dyphus, who often appeared in public with Christoia, and the assimilation of a large number of Lacanians, the tradition in Dionysia of the wives of citizens of the Greek city-states to stay at home and keep to a minimum. Georges, Georges. Georges heard someone calling him and quickly looked back. It was Oliver's. He rushed over with his Persia wife, Mitra. After the four of them greeted each other, Oliver said excitedly, "I heard that you're back in the First Legion again this time." "Because Captain Helos has become the governor of Asprustum, and I'm just here to fill in for him temporarily." Georges still maintained his old habit of calling Helos captain in Persia. "What temporary? Devers will definitely let you stay in the First Legion." Oliver's curled his lips and smiled mysteriously. "Why?" Georges asked doubtfully. "Because, as a captain in the First Legion, it's easier to be the head of the other legions." Oliver's leaned over and whispered, "I heard that yesterday Devers proposed a bill to the Senate and it has been passed. In the future, those who serve as a commander for 5 years and perform well will be elected by the senators to become members of the Senate." Before Georges could say anything, Dania, who was listening with her ears pricked up, said excitedly, "That means my husband will become a senator of the Senate in the future." Oliver's glanced at her and said with a smile, "Yes, but after me." To become a senator of the Senate, it's not just about fighting. You also need to have the ability to manage. To be like me, not only do I usually serve as the patrol captain of the Turris, but I also hired a private teacher to teach me how to read, count, and speak. Next year, I'm also going to fight for the position of secondary agricultural officer and commercial officer. Dania looked at her silent husband and secretly made up her mind. In the future, she would also urge him to study harder, engage in more local affairs, and not always train recruits in the Ministry of Military Affairs and so on. Oliver's looked at her again, and he found it very interesting. The honest Georges married a wife who looked smart, was very suitable. He carefully looked at Dania and suddenly showed a strange expression on his face. "You're pregnant?" Dania stroked her belly proudly. "It's been 5 months. My wife is also pregnant." Oliver's also announced proudly, and Mitra shyly lowered his head. "Among our comrades in this team, I'm afraid only Captain Helos and Matones are not married, right?" Georges suddenly said, "You're really out of touch with the news. Kunigarata likes Helos and wants him to be his son-in-law, and he also wants the Devers to be the matchmaker. The Devers have already agreed, and with the Devers, that blockhead Helos can't refuse. As for Matones, didn't you notice that he was a little strange when we left Cremissa?" Oliver's smiled mischievously. "I asked my men to secretly ask around in his brigade, and it turns out that this big guy has a crush on a girl in Cremissa." "Ha ha ha. Really?" Georges looked surprised. "Of course it's true. But don't ask him, or else he'll beat you up and drag me into it," Oliver's reminded. According to the alliance agreement, Dionia not only wanted to defeat Rockley as soon as possible, but it was also a chance to display the might of the alliance in the southern Italian city-states to increase its influence in this region. Therefore, not only did Dionia send out the most elite First Legion, but they could also transfer experienced soldiers from other legions to fill in the gaps of the First Legion due to injuries and illnesses. Even the personnel responsible for the transportation of the supplies were made up of more than 1,000 mercenaries led by Xanthoparis. This not only ensured the safety of the supplies, but it also served as a powerful supplement for the combat troops. Of course, Divers, Felicius, and the others also had their own selfish motives. They hoped that these former comrades could make new contributions and become preparatory citizens of Dionia as soon as possible. The First Legion consisted of more than 7,000 people. The supply escort team consisted of 1,500 people, a total of nearly 9,000 people, and countless supply wagons made up of pack beasts. After being inspected by Divers and the Senate in the Victory Square, this huge army set off towards the south in a grandiose manner. The first time Rockley heard of the Dionia Alliance, it wasn't called that back then, was during the First Crotone War. The Crotone army was defeated and captured by the much smaller Amyndolara army. The people of Rockley were pleasantly surprised and excited. They were happy to see another city-state to the north of Crotone that could cause trouble for the Crotone. Following the principle of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Rockley sent messengers to contact Amyndolara, hoping to form an alliance to deal with Crotone together. In the end, Amyndolara did not respond. Instead, they signed a truce with the Crotone and returned the thousands of Crotone soldiers to Crotone half a year later. During the negotiations, Rockley even became a bargaining chip for Amyndolara to threaten Crotone and reach a truce. As a result, the people of Rockley began to resent Amyndolara